Welcome aboard. We are live on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, 97.3 ESPN, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. You out there. Coming up in about 10, 15 minutes from now, we're going to have the Howie Roseman Nick Sirianni presser. They are speaking as we sit here. We're going to catch that up, and we'll air it for you in its entirety in about 15 minutes from now. As Nick Sirianni, surprisingly doing most of the talking here. He is basically cleaning up a lot of the mess that happened this year for the first couple of minutes that we were listening before the show just started. But we will cue that up from the beginning and air it in its entirety coming up in about 15 minutes here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, you can watch the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel and be a part of the show there. Text board always open, 609-403-0973. So a lot of reports going on. Diana Rossini reported yesterday that two of the names are Mike McDaniel and Brian Daboll. Josina Anderson reporting yesterday, Cliff Kingsbury and Kevin Stefanski. And then Josina Anderson kind of came over the top with a bigger report later on in the night last night, which really suggested that Philadelphia is looking for a big name here. She says, a league source says earlier today the Eagles are looking for a, quote, an established name guy to be the offensive coordinator, and that they'll try to vet through the top qualifiers as much as possible, adding, quote, no one is at the top until they do. Sounds like Mike McDaniel is regarded as a, quote, intriguing name. She adds to that report, a league source just told me initial talks with Eagles offensive coordinator candidates that, quote, their camps have gone well, adding that the feedback has been on wanting to have questions on complete autonomy over the offense. Now, she says similar to what Kellen Moore enjoyed when he was with Philadelphia. I don't know that Kellen Moore enjoyed complete autonomy over the offense here. She continues to say those concerns were met with responses ensuring an elite candidate should not anticipate, quote, any interference. So, according to Josina Anderson, they can bring the top guy in here, and they don't have to worry about Nick Sirianni kind of interjecting. Now, I will say, in the short time that I heard Nick Sirianni talk today, he indicated, he did not say flat out, no, I will not be a part of the offense. He did not say, of course I will be a part of the offense. He basically said, we'll see what happens when that person gets here. He suggested that he likes to be the head coach, that he'd rather just be the head coach. He doesn't want to be involved in the play calling, that's what he thinks he excels in, being a part and overseeing everything. He also suggested, the first question out of the gates was a fastball. It was a fastball. Why did you not get rid of Kevin Patullo? I like it. Let's get our hands dirty with that one. Why not? And he, basically kind of pitter-pattered around it a little bit, but he basically suggested that he was, in fact, more involved in the offense this year. When I watched the Hard Knocks last night, Josh, you gave me a homework assignment to watch the Hard Knocks. I finally did last night.
Yes.
And what I took away from the last couple episodes of Hard Knocks is that Sirianni's pretty involved in the offense on game day. Like, there's a scene in there where he says, Kevin, where are the shots? And then the next shot, they show Jalen Hurts taking a shot down the field.
Yeah, and he didn't say it in a way where he was, like, telling him overtly what to do, but it was kind of more like a conversational, like, hey, Kevin, when we going to put this in? Like, almost like, hey, we discussed this before the game.
It's almost like a subtle reminder. Hey,
right.
Don't forget the shots. Don't forget the shots. Where are the shots?
It reminded me of, so when Frank Reich and Doug Peterson worked together, remember that Frank Reich was the guy in Doug's ear saying, hey, Doug, remember, we got to run this play here. Hey, Doug, this is a good time to do this or that in the flow of the game.
Yeah, I listen. He talked about the fact that the offense, everybody had a fault in the offense this year. But I'm going to tell you, I thought a lot about this the last couple of days. We have a text change with me and a bunch of buddies, and they hate Patullo, and they think he's the problem, number one. And I'm not going to sit here and argue with you if you think Patullo's the problem. I mean, he's on the list. No questions asked.
He's one of the problems.
He's one of the problems. But the biggest problems are, number one, for me, the offensive line. And I said 50%. I gave Jalen Hurts 20%. But the more I even think about it, Jalen Hurts not using his legs is an absolute, you take a look at a high-rise and the wrecking ball starts to hit the high-rise and it hits it in a spot. The thing doesn't come crumbling down right away. The ball has to keep swinging back and forth a couple of times before the whole thing falls. But that's what this was. Jalen Hurts' inability or unwillingness to use his legs, it was a absolute destruction of this offense. So whoever makes that decision, if it's Patullo, you're at fault. If it's Jalen, you're at fault. If it's just the overarching organization that says we want to keep him healthy, that's part of the reason why this offense has become a mess. This offense excelled for multiple reasons. The offensive line was great. You could run the ball. You had Jalen Hurts as a weapon in the offense, and then that opened up a pretty vanilla passing game. But the passing game was able to be so vanilla because of all the other concerns. And the reason the passing game was vanilla is because you got a lot of one-on-one opportunities. And I had A.J. Brown and I had Devontae Smith, and I liked the matchup against your guys. And a lot of it is I had to put extra guys in the box because I have to worry about Jalen Hurts running. And I had to worry about Saquon Barkley or Miles Sanders or DeAndre Swift. Whoever they had back there, the offensive line was so good that they had to help the defensive front. And then they needed an extra guy to almost spy Jalen Hurts. Well, when Hurts is just unwilling to run, that guy can go into pass coverage. And then the offensive line's not as good, so now you can take another guy and put him into pass coverage. And then the offensive line's struggling so much that I can take another guy and put him into pass coverage. And now this vanilla passing game really starts to show. And a lot of that is because they just did not believe that Jalen Hurts was going to run at all. So that's his greatest skill, and it just absolutely wrecked this offense. 609-403-0973. Got some people texting in about who the coordinator they want to see is. Mike, love to see Daboll or Frank Reich. Would love to see McDaniel too, but he's more likely to get another job next season. We're back to square one. They did get asked about that. You're going to hear what Howie Roseman said about it coming up here shortly. We're going to start that presser here in the next whatever. They're still talking right now. So they started. This is funny. This is a little inside baseball for the listeners out there.
Ooh, we get to get into this?
So they sent us a text.
Yes.
That said, the text was sent at 9:33 this morning. Nick and Howie will be available in a press conference at approximately 2 o'clock. At 10:53, which is an hour and 20 minutes later, they changed their mind and decided that the press conference would begin at 1:30. Well, the 1:30 time, they didn't start till about, 1:48?
Yeah.
So they were 18 minutes late for a time that they changed.
Right. They changed the time, and then they were late for the time that they ascribed.
So the inside baseball is, okay, well, obviously we're not on the air till 2, so we'll kind of,
be flexible.
They air it on YouTube. So we have the ability to kind of hit the pause button on YouTube and then start it when we want to start it. So now we're in a situation where they're still talking. It's now 2:10. They've been talking for about almost a half an hour.
And the thing is, we want to bring everyone listening the full presser. We don't want to bring you half the presser and then you miss the other half.
Yeah, I mean, so the Eagles kind of put us in a bind here by starting at a
they don't care about us.
If it was 1:30, would have been helpful, but they started 18 minutes late. Why would you change the time from 2 to 1:30 and then be late for that? Why couldn't you just say 1:45 and then you would have only been a couple minutes late?
Exactly. You could have literally.
If they said 1:45, we would have been like, okay.
Yeah, we would have been like, we would have prepared for that.
Jeff in Ocean City. Mike, you're 100% correct. There were multiple offensive issues in 2025, but they could not bring Patullo back because he had no answers to get things going. Hey, listen, I know it sounds like to people who have a hard time with cognitive thinking that I'm like being a Patullo apologist here. I in no way, shape, or form want Kevin Patullo anywhere near calling plays next year. I thought he was dreadful at it. But I'm also trying to be objective in what I watch is that even though what I didn't like about him is I don't think he had a rhyme or no rhythm, no plan, but he called plays that guys were open. Now, just because you call plays that guys were open doesn't mean the offense was very creative, and it doesn't mean that there was enough juice to the offense. I do think he's getting a bad rap for that his offense just had no one open ever. That's not fair. That's not the case. And I don't want him to be the offensive coordinator. But I also think if he was the offensive coordinator and he is given Nick's playbook, that's a hard way to do the job, number one. Number two, the fact that the offensive line was so banged up all season, if I came in as the play caller and I said, man, I got this great offensive line, I'm really going to have a good time calling some plays here with this running game. And then he realizes I can't do what I wanted to do with that. Now he's got to be a first-time play caller, and now he's changing on the fly of, man, I don't have the running game that Kellen Moore had. This isn't fair.
I think also the part of the problem is that, when you're trying to be objective, it's hard.
It's a hard thing to do in this business.
Right. But
people either want you to be here or there,
right,
not objective.
Right. Because in the real world, there is actually a third side to every story. It's not Patullo or Hurts. It might be something in the middle.
You mean to tell me that one side isn't right and the other side's wrong?
Not completely.
I didn't know that.
Listen,
I thought that there was a definitive one side's right and the other side's wrong.
Listen, I've got in trouble with this for many years. I was told by a guy much smarter than me when I was younger. He said, there are facts and then there are true facts. So the facts that people find to support their argument, and then the true facts actually reveal the truth.
Yeah.
And people, people don't want to hear that because people only hear and see what they want to hear and see. And so two things can be true.
Well, I think
Mike Gill can say, I hate Kevin Patullo being my coordinator, and the Eagles just ended their press conference. And you could have Kevin Patullo not be your coordinator, but Mike Gill also say, but I understand that everything that went wrong was not his fault.
I didn't like the hire, and I thought he was in over his head. That being said, I thought there were things on the field that contributed to his demise, if you will. 609-403-0973. And by the way, Jason Kelsey agreed with me. Kurt Warner agrees with me. And that doesn't mean everybody does. There are other people who don't agree. Guys like Emmanuel Acho and Dan Orlovsky who thought that that he was a part of the problem. And maybe they're just saying he's a part of the problem. Why not also explaining the other side of it just to kind of get their point across? Sometimes when you're playing to your constituents that you have a base of people that just hate Patullo, and you're playing to that base. I'm not a play to my base guy. I don't really care. You either agree with me or don't agree with me. I don't need you to agree with me. My feelings aren't hurt. I do this every single day for 4 hours. So you're either going to agree with me or you don't today, and maybe tomorrow you will. Just move on. All right, when we come back, what are we doing here? We going to break first, or are we going to go right to here?
Break.
All right, we'll take the break, and when we come back, you'll hear in its entirety Nick, Howie, ending the Eagles season. What's next for the Birds? Find out. Don't go away. It's next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 221 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, it's that time of the year, the biggest high school basketball classic in the country will be at Stockton University, the Metro Basketball Classic, January 29th to the 31st. First time in South Jersey at Stockton University. This thing's been in Trenton, up in North Jersey, but they're bringing it down south. Guys like VJ Edgecombe, Cade Cunningham, Cooper Flagg, Carl Anthony Towns. Yeah, that's the level of player that you will see at the Metro Basketball Classic, January 29th through the 31st at Stockton University. Tickets are available at metroclassicbasketball.com. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We love having you with us. If you're watching on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel or on the radio, you can always message the show through the YouTube channel or, of course, through the text board 609-403-0973. All right, Nick Sirianni, Howie Roseman. They just met the media for about 25 minutes, so a lot shorter than we actually thought it would be. So here is Howie and Nick. It is the end of season Eagles presser right now on the Sports Bash.
On offense, as the season went on, why not make a change at offensive coordinator, play caller during the season?
Yeah, we did some different things as we continued to go through. Like I told you guys, I did more, got involved more. At the end of the day, I did what I thought was best for the football team, and we didn't reach our goals, so obviously it didn't work out. But that's why again, we did what we thought was best for the team.
Why'd you remove Kevin from that offensive coordinator?
Yeah, again, I think it's important that we continue to evolve as an offense and that we, go out and do what's best for this football team. And again, everything that I do and every decision I have to make with what's in mind, with just like Howie does, just like Mr. Lurie does, with the intent of being the best thing for the football team. And at this particular point, I love Kevin and everything that he has provided to this coaching staff for his 5 years here. Big reason why we've won a lot of football games. But at this particular point, I just felt like that's what I needed to do to be the best thing for the football team.
As you look for a new OC, what are the criteria for that position, and how do you want the setup to be with the coaching staff?
Yeah, again, you're looking to continue to evolve as an offense, and I'm looking to bring in the guy that's going to best help us do that. And there are, I think that there are many different ways to be successful on offense, and everybody has different styles. Everybody has different players, and there's many different ways to be successful. Like I said, I think you start to get into situations when you're certain, like this is the only thing that makes you successful at offense, and that's just not the case, right? There's a lot of different things and there's a lot of different ways to do it, and that's not only as an offensive coordinator, but a defensive coordinator, a wide receiver coach, a defensive line coach, a head coach. There's a lot of different ways to do it, and again, it's about going out and finding the guy that best fits us, and looking forward to that interview process and being able to go through some really good candidates. And I'm looking forward to that.
How you look for a defensive coordinator? How important is it to have?
I'm looking. Go ahead.
Nick, is the expectation that you'll be just as involved with the offense as you have in the past with the collaborative approach, or is this coordinator going to run the offense and you'll focus on?
Yeah, I think that's really, that's way early. Those decisions don't have to be made until, for a long time. And there's always, as the head coach, you always have to be oversight of everything. And again, this year, obviously, I got involved more in the offense as the end of the season came, because that's what I needed to do as the head football coach there. And so, again, many different ways to do it. I know that I want to be the head football coach, and I think that that's what the team needs. Again, everything I'm doing is not about what I want to do or anything like that. It's what I think is best for the football team. And, I think it's best for the football team when I'm the head football coach, and being able to give my expertise on, whatever it may be, tackling, taking the ball away, protecting the football, anything on off. It could be anything, special teams. So, yeah, again, you have to be so intertwined as the leader of an organization. You have to be so intertwined with every different thing. And so, we'll see where all that goes as far as that goes. But, we've had a lot of success, doing it different. Again, it's never like this is the certain thing you have to do. And it's like there's a lot of different ways to do it, and different times of the season and different times of the year call for different things. And so we'll see how that plays out. But that's not something that's, that's not where we're not there yet as far as that goes.
Howie, I was going to ask you, as far as an offensive coordinator, as you're looking for one, does it matter? Would you like someone to stay here longer than 1 year? Is that taken into account? And will he be given maybe the freedom to build his own staff?
It's a great compliment when guys get head coaching jobs from here, because it means we're having tremendous success. So, as much as you'd like to have continuity and like to have guys here for a long period of time, we want to win. We have an urgency to win right now. And if that comes with the ramifications that we lose good people because they've earned head coaching jobs, we'll live with that.
Nick, as far as Kevin, as far as building the staff, will he be given the freedom to bring in his people to work on staff with him?
Yeah, again, that's, we'll see where that is. And, to say what, to answer that question, like you'd have to know exactly who you're hiring exactly right now and who he has and what they have. Again, we'll get to all that. Our job right now and our thought process right now is to get the best candidate possible, cast a wide net there, and interview some of these great candidates that are out there, and find the best guy that fits the Philadelphia Eagles.
And I would say this, I just would say, with Coach, I got a lot of things that I'd like to say about Coach and the job that he's done here. I'm incredibly proud of him. But, he's shown that when we bring people in that he's open to doing whatever's best for this football team. And that's all he cares about is winning. And so anything that he's answering here obviously is dependent on who we bring in. But when he's brought in people, he's given them the flexibility to put their own spin on things. And obviously, I sit here and I feel incredibly grateful that I'm working with someone who, as a head coach, is elite at being a head coach, elite at building connection with our team, elite about talking about fundamentals, game management, situational awareness, bringing the team together, holding people accountable. And when you're looking for a head coach, those are really the job descriptions. And as you're building out a coaching staff, you're talking about being able to do that, being able to have elite play callers on both sides of the ball. And when you think about how hard it is to find those three things and that we have one, we're starting with a huge advantage. So I think that puts us in a great spot.
As far as Kevin goes, because of the statement, there was some thought that he might remain in the organization in a different role. Is that possible?
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I know Kevin's going to have other opportunities, and obviously always want what's best for Kevin and for his family. And so we'll see how that plays out.
This question is for both Howie and Nick. What role do you guys see that Jalen Hurts had in the offensive progression this year?
Again, when you talk about I think what I felt throughout the year was there was a lot of questions on Kevin, and like I've said to you guys, like we all had a hand in our offense this year, good, bad, you name it. We all had a hand in it, and that's every coach, every player, myself obviously at the front of that list. But again, I love Jalen Hurts. I love everything that he brings to the table. Every time you step on the field, you feel very confident you can win any game that you're going to play when you have him as your quarterback, and he's shown that to this organization, to myself, to Howie, to the city, that he's a winner, and he is able to do many different things at a very high level. But again, anything that, whether it was winning the games or whether it was us not playing up to our performance on offense, we all have our hands in that, and that's what again, I love about this team. Everyone's looking at themselves first and foremost to say, what could I have done better in this scenario? And that's why I love these players that Howie's brought in. You feel that's why we have the connection that we do, is that everybody is saying, man, if I had done this or if I had done that. You do that after game, you do that after your reflection of the year. And again, you in this great team sport, you win as a team, you lose as a team. And yeah.
Howie, how did you view the quarterback play this year?
Yeah, we all got to look at ourselves and what we could do better. I think, it's a disappointing season. We sit here and want to be playing right now, and I think for that, getting a chance to really go back and reflect. Sometimes when you're in the middle of the season, you're week to week, and you're kind of going through and what happened last week and what are you doing this week. And so I think what Coach has said, we have won a lot of games with Jalen as our quarterback. We've won a world championship with him as an MVP in that game. And so I think, obviously, he's done a tremendous job as our starting quarterback.
AJ expressed unhappiness throughout the season.
Sometimes I feel like we need like a deli counter and just like pick numbers and go from here.
If it makes sense, are you open to trading him, or is that just a non-starter?
Yeah, we talked about this, I think, at the trade deadline last time I talked. It is hard to find great players in the NFL, and AJ is a great player. I think from my perspective, that's what we're going out and looking for when we go out here in free agency in the draft, is trying to find great players who love football, and he's that guy. So I think that would be my answer.
Nick, you mentioned finding a fit for the Eagles. What are you looking for in a candidate's plan for Jalen, especially to the past year, the way defenses were playing him differently?
Yeah, again, there is not, as I said to you guys, it's not like, hey, this is what it has to be. There are many different ways to do this. And I think sometimes in this game, we're like, some people are just they're so certain that it's there are so many different ways to be a head coach. There are so many different ways to be an offensive coordinator. There are so many different ways to be a quarterback and be successful at all those different things. And so again, just as we go through this, you always want to see somebody that has a great vision. To answer your question and not, give you some specifics at least, is like you always want someone that has a great vision and great conviction of things that they believe in and what they want to do. You always want to have somebody that has the players on their mind first, and we'll be able to attract a lot of good candidates because of the players that Howie's assembled to be on our football team. I think also that you'll be able to get a lot of good candidates because the guys that have been here and when we've had a lot of success, 3 of them have been head coaches, off of our staff, which, obviously I'm proud of. I'm sure Howie's proud of as well. And so, again, you want somebody that has great vision, great conviction on what they do, is able to coach fundamentals well to help the players get better, because I believe in that can connect with guys, because I believe in that, that has the mental toughness, because I believe in that. And, but again, it's not, there's a lot of good candidates. And I'm looking forward to sitting down and talking to a lot of these guys. But there's different things that make different guys special. And so it's about finding the guy that best fits us, that gives us the best chance to be, get back to the top of the mountain where we ultimately want to go. And man, again, like I said, a lot of good candidates out there.
There's a lot of resources how he invested in the offensive side of the ball. What was your assessment as to what went wrong and what needs to improve for next year?
Yeah, I think that anything that I'm assessing, I'm going over with Coach, and I think those conversations on how we need to improve, I don't think that gives us any edge to talk about that publicly, because obviously we're getting to an off-season mode where we're trying to acquire players. So, we'll go through a deep evaluation. We're disappointed. We're disappointed that we're having this press conference here, that we're not playing this weekend, and I can promise you we're going to do whatever it takes to try to get better.
Has Lane Johnson given you any indication as to whether or not he's going to return or not? I don't know. Have you got any indication?
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, Lane Johnson, have you got any indication from him if he's going to be back or if he'll retire?
Yeah, I think all those conversations that we have with our players are between us, and anything they're doing, I'm not saying that negatively or positively, but anyone you ask about, I think that that's their business to discuss. Obviously, you're talking about a Hall of Fame player who's been a huge part of any of our success that we've had. And when you watch him play, he's still playing at an elite level.
As a last person's question, how much weight will Jalen's voice hold in this offensive coordinator search? He mentioned the other day about how his line is open for these types of things.
I think at the, when we were going through an offensive coordinator search, I would compare it very similar to, when I'm thinking about how to, what the right path is to how practice goes that week or what the schedule is. Of course, you have so many resources to be able to use to help you make the best decision that you possibly can. And you'd be foolish not to use all your resources, whether that's, when you speak of that, it's like, all right, I'm checking with the doctors, I'm checking with well, it's the same thing in a offensive coordinator search. I'm gonna obviously, talk to Howie through it, and Howie's gonna talk to the guys. I'm gonna get Howie's opinion and Mr. Lurie's opinion and Jalen and Saquon and you name AJ, Lane, well, whoever it may be, and let them talk to him too. But at the end of the day, right, I have to make the best decision that's necessary for the football team, but you use all your resources. I think it's very similar. I speak, not to speak for Howie, but I'm going to speak for Howie. Is like when he's picking players, he uses all his resources. He uses the coaches. There's so many different things that he uses to help him make the best informed decision that he possibly can make. Well, it's the same thing here. You use all your resources that can help you make the best decision possible, and we have so many valued people in this organization to be able to do that. At the end of the day, the coaching hires fall on my shoulders, and I have to do what's best for the team while using all the resources that I have and using my wisdom and my judgment to help make that best decision.
Are the team's best seasons? How do you view the offseason and the season you had last year?
Not good enough. If it doesn't end with confetti falling on our head, I don't feel like it's good enough. And I know that we're not going to win the Super Bowl every year. I think I know that from a broad perspective, but I believe we can. And I go into every offseason thinking we're going to do whatever it takes to win a Super Bowl. And when we fall short, I look at myself. I look at the things that I could have done different, and I look to improve. And that's where I'm at right now.
How big a factor were the injuries to the offensive line? And I'm not just talking about Lane, obviously Cam and Landon also had dealt with issues. And how much can you count on those guys, making it through a whole season going forward?
Yeah, injuries are a part of this game, and building depth is a part of my job, and something that I think is incredibly important when you're talking about our lines. And so you don't go into a season thinking that you're going to play 20 games and everyone's going to be perfectly healthy. Saying that, I would say that our training staff, our doctors, our performance staff did another unbelievable job this year of keeping our guys healthy. I think that, when we build teams, we're looking to build teams with guys who can come in and play at a high level and start and win with, because you're going to have injuries and guys are going to miss games. That's happened in our best season during the course of the season. That happened this year. Guys were ready to step in and play at a high level. And again, we'll go through our whole team. I'll go through it again and again and again, like I've done through the course of the season. We'll come up with a plan to try to improve and to make sure that we're a better team in 2026.
Howie, obviously last offseason you lost a lot of free agents because of the cap situation. How do you anticipate this offseason going as far as that? Do you think you'll have the resources to keep guys you want to keep?
Well, as you get better, you have a natural arc of the team. And I think that when you look at our team, we draft a lot of offensive players. We signed a lot of offensive players. We drafted a lot of defensive players that were young on rookie contracts. So there's natural transition in what we do. And I'm not making an excuse for anything, but there's a natural transition in that in terms of where you're paying your guys, which side of the ball you're paying guys who are coming up. The important thing for us is there are players that we can't lose. I mean, obviously, we're going to do what's best for us, and we're not going to do whatever it takes to do whatever it takes, but within reason, and that we want to keep around here because they're really good players, homegrown players that are really good people that are part of our core. And so with that, you're going to have to make sacrifices, and that's on me to make sure that the sacrifices we make are filled in with really good players again. You know, I'm proud since Coach has been here of our first and second day draft success. I think we've drafted 15 guys since Nick has been here in the first and second day, and 14 of them have been long-term starters. We got to keep hitting like that, and I know that's hard, but we got to keep doing it, and that means we have to have a good process. We got to understand the people that we're bringing into the building. We got to understand the roles and the vision that we have for them when they're playing, and if we do that, good things will happen, and we'll be able to keep the players that we need to keep under long-term contracts and have an influx of young players that are really good that can play at a high level.
Nick, when you guys hired Kellen Moore, you retained a lot of the coaching staff outside of him. Is the expectation that this new offensive coordinator will get to hire his own staff under, or are you going to retain as well?
Yeah, I think I talked about that a little earlier. It's just you don't know, right? You don't know who the candidate is quite yet. I know this. Let me start by saying I know we have some really good coaches on throughout the entire building. Some really good coaches, and we've won a lot of games together. Shoot, a lot of the guys that are in this building now won a Super Bowl not even 12 months ago together. But yeah, sometimes again, like you have to wait to see what's going on and where and who you hire and what their situation is and some coaches that you hire, like they might not be able to get anybody, the guys that they want, or maybe a guy that you hire has a bunch of guys that you just don't know, and it's too early to say with that. Again, my whole where I'm at right now, Elliot, is hiring the best possible candidate for the Philadelphia Eagles, and then we'll make decisions like that. But I will say again, because you're speaking specifically of the offensive coordinator and the offensive staff, I got a lot of faith in the guys on that offensive staff, and we've been together. A lot of us have been together for 5+ years, not just the 5 years here, but other places. So, and again, have had a lot of success together. Obviously, we all have our fingerprints on the offense from last year, and not one of us. You name the player, you name the coach, we all have our fingerprints on it, again, led by me. And so, again, I love those guys, and we'll see where that goes. And that's the tough part of being a head coach sometimes is, when you have to make tough decisions like that. But we'll see where that goes. But again, I love those guys.
Two more, we got Brooks, and then we got Jeff.
How much of your consideration in the staff coming up is, and maybe a future-oriented thing, but if you're ever in the position to have another internal promotion, is there any consideration of developmental or how you organize staff, whether it's senior offensive assistant?
Yeah, you're always thinking about that. You're always thinking about that of can you do that? Because the reason usually, well, I guess 2 of the instances we've had guys that have gotten head coaching jobs, and you get a head coaching job because you've had success on that side of the football. And so, of course, you want to be able to do that and elevate when you can and when you think it's the right fit. But I don't think it's not like you don't have to do that every time. Again, I know we have, but it doesn't have to work out that way, right? And you just, every season is a little different of a situation and where you think if a guy can elevate and go into the spot, or if you don't think that, then you may have to go outside to do that. And so, again, you try to, as you asked Howie that question, I think somebody asked Howie that question too. It's like, we're doing everything we can do to win now. And of course, my job as a coach, and I take this very seriously, is to try to develop coaches as much as I can to help them reach their goals, just like I want to do with the players on our team. And so you'll try to develop and you'll try to do all those different things. But we have a win now mode, and we have a win now team with all the great players that we have. And so everything's going to be thought about to how do we win the 2026 season.
Jeff, and that's it.
How much is Jalen open to doing new things and different things depending upon the new coordinator?
Yeah, I think you saw this year that he's open to do a bunch. You know, we were under center probably more than we have been. Different motions, different things like that. Here's what I'll say: like Jalen always wants to do. Like Jalen's proved this to everybody that he'll do whatever it takes to win football games, and sometimes that's throwing it a bunch, sometimes that's running it a bunch, sometimes it's him handing it off a bunch. And he'll do whatever it takes to win. All I've ever felt from Jalen, and all I ever know from Jalen, is that the man will do anything he can do to win football games. And he pushes himself to do new things. He pushes himself to excel at the things that he has already done so well. And he's proven to everybody year in, year out that all he cares about is winning, and all he cares about is being able to hold that trophy up at the end of the year.
Can I clarify one thing? Because I think it's important for our fans to understand. You can do whatever it takes to win now and still build for the future and still have those parallel paths. I just don't want it to get confused that we can't do whatever it takes to build a championship caliber team next year and also continue to have really good players on this team for the future. So, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page on that.
All right, there's Howie and Nick. More Nick than Howie. A little surprised by that, actually. I figured Howie would be kind of dominating the press conference today, but one of the takeaways was it sounds like Nick Sirianni will be the guy who's picking the next offensive coordinator, if you believe what he had to say there. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 key points from that press conference. We'll break them down. Coming up next, that was Howie and Nick. You heard him right here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, your home for Philadelphia Eagles football. 251. You just heard from Nick and Howie. So I got 7 key points I want to make off that press conference. All right, number 1. Why not fire Kevin Patullo in season? He said, I did what I thought was best. He did add that he got more involved in the offense as the season went on. So why not fire Patullo in season? I did what I thought was best, a.k.a. we tried that before and it backfired on us.
I think it's also him saying that they went into the season with a plan, and when they realized the plan did not go as they expected, Sirianni realized I have to now do something about it.
Right, because if I fire him in the middle of the season, now we have another coordinator who we're going to have to get rid of at the end of the season, and then look, we've come too far. It might not work, but I got to do what I got to do here. If I have to get more involved, that's what I'm going to have to do. On removing Kevin Patullo, he said we need to evolve as an offense. Thought that was a pretty interesting way to look at it. Is this Nick admitting as well that what I have, my ideas are kind of running out? I'm running out of ideas here.
I don't know if he's admitting he's running out of ideas, but I think he's admitting that he had a conversation with the owner, and he came out of that conversation understanding that they cannot keep doing things as they are if they're going to win championships in the future. Unlike Doug in 2020, who said, I'm keeping my guys. I think Nick Sirianni didn't say, I'm keeping my guys.
If Nick got the ultimatum, he bailed. He didn't bail on he didn't stick with the Patullo. He bailed on him.
Which is smart.
Right. Well, but there's a lot here that makes you think that Nick has a little bit more power than maybe we give him credit for. Listen here. Number 3, he says, I want to be a head football coach. I want to be a part and use my expertise in everything, not just one area. And he brought up, tackling, ball security, yada, yada, yada. You asked me if I watched Hard Knocks last night. I did. And you know what I took away? There's a scene when he's in the basement with his kids.
Mm-hmm.
That dude's a psycho. I mean, he's firing the football at his son. He says, you throw it as hard as you can at me, and I'll throw it as hard as I can back at you. And you're thinking he's kidding around. The kid's 10. He threw him a fastball that knocked the kid on his ass. But there's a part of Sirianni that I think is...
He just loves football.
He just loves football, but I do also think he is indirectly letting his kid know right from Jump Street. How about when he has the tennis ball machine?
Yeah.
And he's firing the tennis balls at the kid, and he says, you need to catch 20 in a row. Perfection. And the kid drops one, and he's like almost borderline like ticked off at him for dropping the thing. So you can see right there that Sirianni, just in that little thing, like it seems playful, and he says it all the time, like, I want to win playing whatever game. You're in the basement with your 10-year-old kid. He's throwing touchdown passes to his daughter, and if she drops him, he's kind of mad at her.
I think what we've learned through Hard Knocks and through the presser today is that Sirianni, he just loves football. He's not interested in being a one-dimensional coach.
Well, and we'll talk about the other things that I took away. They were the first 3, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4 more key standouts from that press conference. You'll hear what they are. Look at my chicken scratch hand if you're looking on the YouTube channel. That's my handwriting of my notes.
It's actually not too bad for you.
Oh, this is tough for me even to read.
I've seen you write worse.
But so if you're watching on YouTube, those are my notes. I have 4 more key takeaways. There were other takeaways. Something about Lane Johnson. They didn't give any answer to that. The A.J. Brown stuff, he gave the same answer before. You don't like to move on from good players. He's a great player, yada, yada, yada. But these 4 things were my last 4 takeaways. You'll hear them coming up next on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Just after 3, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. You heard from Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman last hour. I gave you a couple of key takeaways from the presser. Number one, Nick said we need to evolve the offense. That's why they removed Kevin Patullo. That's pretty obvious. There were some other things, though, that I jotted down in my notes here that I will hit on. My 7 key takeaways. And there was plenty of other things. These were like the things that stood out to me the most.
I don't know if it's in your notes, but to kind of add on to, I thought something else said a little bit later was interesting because he kind of started going into what he needs, what he's looking for in an offensive coordinator. And I'm not trying to, speak for Nick Sirianni, but there was a part of the way he was rattling off the information, Mike, about I need a guy who's going to coach the players, focus on the fundamentals, develop these guys. Like the way he was saying this, it almost sounded like he was saying, yeah, Kevin didn't do those things. I need someone who can do those things.
Well, I mean, listen, I think Kevin Patullo, he had a job that he had before, and apparently he's very well liked in the building. Maybe he did a good job at that. Then he got this job, and maybe he just wasn't ready for the enormity of what this job is. As Peter Schrager said yesterday, this job is maybe more high profile than the 9 openings there are. That there is more scrutiny about this job than there is some of the others.
There are 9 open head coaching positions right now. I think the Eagles' offensive coordinator hire is more fascinating than any of those 9 jobs.
Any of them.
This job right here, the Eagles OC, is as pressure-filled, as microscopic an analysis, and as hot a seat as any in the NFL.
Yeah, and he's not wrong about that. I mean, the guy gets his house egged. Does anybody know who the head coach of, some of these teams even are sometimes in some of these markets? Probably not.
No.
I don't know that Pete Carroll. I know people know who Pete Carroll is. Raider fans are a little nutty, though. Although, are the Vegas Raider fans nutty or ones that live in Oakland?
I think the ones that do not live in Vegas. So, like, anywhere else in the country.
All right, these are some of the other takeaways.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to care if the OC gets hired after the year, Howie Roseman. So, in other words, they'll hire Mike McDaniel if he gets a head coaching job, so be it.
Yeah, they also went on to say that, they're not going to let that, they're not going to let that influence them at all.
No, he seems to be like, hey, we're going to hire the best guy if the best guy gets a job afterwards, because they do take pride in the fact that we have developed head coaches.
Yeah, they mentioned that we've had 3 assistants all get head coaching.
And by the way,
jobs.
one assistant, Christian Parker, is interviewing. He's a key assistant, by the way.
Yes.
He is interviewing for the Dallas defensive coordinator job. You know who else is interviewing for that job?
The Dallas job?
Yeah.
The Giants interim defensive coordinator, too.
Well, there's 8 candidates right now for that job.
Well, the reason why I'm focusing on the Giants was because there's a lot of conversation yesterday with the Giants going to block Chad Buman from interviewing or not.
Well, the other guy is John Gannon.
Oh, I didn't see that
Jonathan Gannon is interviewing for the Cowboys defensive coordinator job, and so is Christian Parker. So Parker would be a big loss. He's the defensive back coach. He's worked with
Cooper DeJean, Quinyon
well, he's worked.
Mitchell.
Yeah, he's worked with all these guys in the secondary. Made Quinyon Mitchell a first-team All-Pro, Cooper DeJean a first-team All-Pro.
And before that, he made Jair Alexander an All-Pro. So, I mean, that guy has an incredible track record when it comes to working and developing defensive backs.
So the other guy who just got an interview in Tampa is Michael Clay, who is the special teams coordinator. Apparently, the Eagles granted him. It's a lateral move, so they have to sign off on it. Parker is a promotion, so they can't block him.
Yeah, and so I actually thought I left because I remember, 8 years ago when the Eagles blocked John DeFilippo from interviewing for jobs because they were considered lateral moves, and the only way he could leave was for a lousy OC job. He got fired a year later.
Yeah, so we'll see what ends up happening there. All right, next. Nick is open to doing what's best for the team, which is interesting because Sirianni talked about the coaching hires fall on my shoulders. But then Howie said Nick's open to doing what's best for the team. So that one was a little bit murky to me. Is this Nick that hires the coordinators? I have to think he picked Patullo.
He definitely picked Patullo. Is that verbiage maybe them saying Nick fired Patullo because he understands what's best for the team, and he understands he ain't going to do that again?
I'm a little confused on because Nick made a couple references about picking the coaches and hiring the coaches, and that falls on him and the person that they pick because they're saying, does that person get kind of autonomy? And he didn't really come out and say, of course. He was just like, well, we don't even know who that person is yet. So that was there.
Yeah, that whole thing was a little weird, but Sirianni said multiple times in the presser that he wants to be the head coach of the football team. So my working assumption is that the reporting that's out there by people like Josina Anderson and others that the Eagles want to get a big name, they want to get a big swing. I think part of it is Sirianni can say, I don't have to worry about what is going on in the game plan room.
Well, and then this was interesting because Howie interjected at one point. He says, I want to say something about Nick. Nick is an elite at being a head coach. Because Nick had said, I don't want to call plays. I just want to be the head coach.
Right.
And Howie said, can I add to that? Nick is elite at being a head coach. Game management, situational awareness, attention to detail, holding people accountable, connecting with the players, focusing on fundamentals. That is 6 things that he laid out. That he looked at Nick as elite at game management, elite at situational awareness. These are all the things that the fans don't generally give two rats about. They generally want a guy who calls plays. And Howie kind of debunked that right off the bat of what's the most important, and he's saying it's hard to find a guy who's elite at these things. So when people ask what Nick does and why keep him and what do you need him for, 6 reasons why. Game management, situational awareness, attention to detail, connecting with players, holding people accountable, focus on fundamentals.
And I think it's also a sign that, for as much as the Eagles like to say we're not paying attention to the noise outside the building, that was a moment where it felt like Howie Roseman wanted to put on the record that I've heard what is outside the building, and I'm here to tell you, bleep off.
Exactly. So I thought that was a pretty big thing because, all right, we got some text messages here. 609-403-0973. The last thing I have on my list is coaching hires fall on my shoulders from Nick. Does he pick the offensive coordinator? I don't know. I don't know that
Nick
I
also went on to say really quick that he said, I'm gonna get input from everybody. Then he listed like half the organization. So I don't think Sirianni's going to make a unilateral decision.
Yeah, obviously Nick doesn't come walking in and say, hey, guys, I made my decision. Like, I think that has to go through a vetting process.
He mentioned Jeffrey Lurie multiple times about some of this stuff. And that kind of gives me a very, as I said before, Mike, that this is not a Doug Peterson situation. This isn't Doug Peterson going to the owner and saying it has to be this way. I've won a Super Bowl. This sounds like Lurie and Sirianni have come to an understanding that, hey, guess what, Nick? You are going to continue to be collaborative of what we're doing moving forward.
Well, and the other one thing that was on my, and you kind of hit on it a little bit, but the last one was what they're looking for in a new offensive coordinator was you always want someone who has great vision and great conviction of things they believe in and what they want to do. I don't know if that gave any insight on what they would like to do.
Well, I said it before, to me, I think it's also a sign of what Kevin Patullo maybe didn't do.
Well, Kevin Patullo didn't do much because he got himself fired by his friend.
Right.
Well, and Howie, Evan Cohen, was on, what day was that?
Yesterday.
Was it yesterday? No, it was on Monday. No, Tuesday.
Was it?
He was on Tuesday's show.
He was on this week.
Yeah, he was on Tuesday's show. And one of the things that he said was that if I'm Kevin Patullo, I go to Nick and I resign, or like, hey, man, like, it's my fault. You don't have to feel bad about this. Like, you hired me, you gave me the opportunity, and I didn't do enough with it. And I think that's what Nick is saying. Like, I was hoping that my guy would have taken the reins so that I wouldn't have had to do as much, because I don't want to have to put as much focus on any one thing. I don't want to have to put any extra attention on one area over another area.
Exactly.
Sirianni said he got more involved in the offense towards the end of the season. He said the decision basically, he says, everything I'm doing is what's best for the football team. But he did. It said that he had to get involved in the offense more at the end of the football season. And you wonder if that coincides a little bit with the team not paying as close attention to detail and
in other areas,
holding all that stuff, because he had to put so much more focus on one spot that he's not normally doing. A couple text messages here. Let's see. Here's one. It says, if it's Jalen that refuses to run, I think they need to move on from him, because that's what creates the offense, and bring in someone who can distribute the ball to an open guy similar to Brock Purdy. That goes back to what I was talking about in the first segment of the day, that a lot of this offense got blown up by the fact that your offensive line wasn't very good, one, and two, Jalen Hurts was not as big a part of it as he's been in the past. And if he's not going to be a big part of it, they did ask about his role and why the offense wasn't so good, and they didn't give you much on that.
Well, they did the classic, listen, you can't blame Jalen Hurts, it's everybody's fault kind of thing, which kind of also leads me to think, based on that and some of the stuff we saw in Hard Knocks, I don't think Jalen's walking around demanding, I have to have this player, I'm not going to run the ball, or like, Jalen seems pretty amenable if the coaching staff says, hey, Jalen, we need you to run more in this game. Okay, what's game plan?
I don't know that I agree with that.
So you think the presentation
I can't imagine
is
that the coaching staff, especially when it came to the playoffs, like, okay, during the regular season, I can say, okay, we're trying to protect you from yourself. Now, no holds barred. I didn't see any change.
Yeah, but did you see no change because of who the offensive play caller was? Or did you see no change because Jalen Hurts said, I want to keep doing this?
I don't know the answer to that, but I have a hard time believing that the offensive coordinator doesn't think that that's a way that would help the team, because it was such a big reason why they had success earlier.
Well, we also think they would turn it on for the postseason, and that didn't happen.
But that's my point. So is that Jalen's unwillingness? Because I have a hard time thinking that the coordinator said, I can't run Jalen. That's a bad idea.
I just have trouble believing that Jalen is just going to be like, I refuse to run. I just don't see that in, like, his – maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm viewing it wrong. I don't think
initially, but the way that he is very matter-of-fact of things, and it's almost like sometimes he could be like, yeah, not happening. I mean, Jason Avant has kind of called him out for, hey, you got your money, and now you don't want to run, you don't want to do the things that you used to do when you were a peasantly paid guy.
Mm-hmm.
He said that about Saquon as well, by the way.
He did.
Text message, Mike, there wasn't one problem. The one thing they can do is change the offensive coordinator, hopefully inject some excitement into this offense that was seriously lacking this year. Yeah, that's the thing. There wasn't one problem, so the only move they could really make is this.
Exactly.
To fix it, unless you really got outside the box and just said, we're going to get rid of the head coach, the quarterback, and just start anew. I think they feel like it's worth giving the coach and quarterback another shot together.
Yeah, and Howie Roseman said in the press conference, he said, we're not in the business of getting rid of great players. And Howie went on to say that he thinks that Jalen, because of what he has done so far, is a key to their success moving forward.
Mike, I don't think Jalen Hurts should have any say in the OC. I don't know if I 100% agree with that, but
I think you could ask him a question about, like, for example, hey, Jalen, you work with Brian Daboll at Alabama. Do you have any thoughts, any opinions, any feels?
100%. Like, hey, we're talking to Brian Daboll. Did you guys have a good relationship at Alabama? No, I hate the guy. Okay, then we're not going to bring him in.
Right. Or if Jalen has the opposite, says, hey, we had a great relationship.
Daboll and Sirianni worked together in Kansas City.
Correct.
I don't know what their relationship was like or how long. That was
a
way
decade
back.
ago.
Yeah.
That was the Todd Haley regime.
All right, let's see. Text board. I have an idea. Hire a head coach that's an excellent play caller, and we won't have to worry about our OC getting poached annually. Super Bowl or not, Sirianni is the reason we had 2 bad offensive coordinators.
Listen, the last part is certainly fair. If you want to be the person who looks at Sirianni and says, dude, you picked Kevin Patullo, you picked Brian Johnson, this is your offense, this is on you, I'm fine with blaming him for that. But then you also have to give Sirianni credit for saying in 2021, I'm not doing this play calling thing. Shane, you do it. Hey, 2023 didn't work. Let's bring in Kellen Moore. Like, you got to give Sirianni also credit for making adjustments and fixing the mistakes he has made.
Yeah, I mean, the whole play caller thing is you're just assuming that every single hire is 100% going to work. They're going to get things wrong. You're going to make mistakes. So I understand. I wouldn't have hired Patullo. I wouldn't have hired Brian Johnson either. Not because I don't think they're qualified, but because the team had too much success to turn it over to someone who was a first-timer.
Who's a novice.
Right, like if you're Nick Sirianni and you got the job for the first time, you just got hired, and you're like, you know what? It's my first time doing this. I want to bring in a guy with fresh new ideas. The team was 4-12 last year, or 4-13. I could bring in Kevin Patullo. There's no expectations. Well, you won the Super Bowl, and the same offense is coming back. I don't expect the offense to get worse. I think it's going to get better in year number 2 together.
I would also put out
Actually,
there,
it's like year number 5 together.
And can I just address the part where at the beginning it says go hire a head coach who calls plays? Don't act like that's so easy to do. There's only a handful of guys who do it successfully. It's not like the entire league is full of, it's not like, of, 32 NFL head coaches, right? 32?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like 25 of them are all offensive play callers and then the rest are game managers. Like, there's a reason why the Mike McDaniel situation regressed in Miami. There's a reason why the Raheem Morris situation went sideways in Atlanta. There's a reason why some of these coaches have not worked because they are play callers.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just, for whatever reason, they just assume that good head coaches are good play callers. There's many of them who fail. Brian Daboll was the offensive coordinator in Buffalo with Josh Allen. He got a job as a head coach in New York. It didn't go well. Doesn't mean he's a bad play caller. He's just not a good head coach. There's a lot of those guys. Robert Saleh, great defensive mind.
Josh McDaniel.
He went to the Jets, and he was not a good head coach. Josh McDaniel, great offensive play caller with the Jets. He's a head coach. He's been horrendous in that role. So we just always are like, why not just get rid of him and find a guy who can call plays? Mike McDaniel, great play caller, not a good head coach. Cliff Kingsbury, good play caller, not a good head coach. So it's just not automatic. And to answer that guy's question, Howie gave you the answer. They look at Nick as an elite head coach. And what do they look at a head coach as being? A guy who's not a play caller.
Correct.
They look at a guy who's attention to detail, game management, situational awareness, focus on the fundamentals. Not a guy who's going to say, okay, at practice, I just want to call my playbooks. I want to put my sheet up in front of my face, and I want to practice these plays. No, they want the head coach to say, guys, on the line, attention to detail. Focus on footwork. Focus on fundamentals. Because not all these play callers, the thing that holds many of these play callers back, like in the big picture, why does San Francisco lose? Poor attention to detail.
Poor time management.
Poor time management. All of that stuff.
I would also throw in there, and whether people like to hear this or not, the reality is based on what Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie have said over the years, I think they look at the Doug Peterson and Chip Kelly eras and say, we don't want a head coach who's a play caller because we saw the downfall and the negative that comes with that.
Let's go to, looks like Michael is watching on YouTube.
Hello, Michael.
Says, I think Daboll should be the OC. He is credited with developing Josh Allen and working with Jalen Hurts at Alabama.
I would love Daboll to be hired. I think
Daboll's on my list.
He has to be on the list. The only problem with Daboll, if you want to call it a problem, is, as I mentioned earlier, one, what is the relationship between Sirianni and Daboll and Hurts and Daboll in the past? And number two, is Daboll legitimately the best option? Because
I don't know that there is a best option. Now, Monken looks like he's going to be off the board. He's going to go to New York and be with
John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh, who, by the way, is the new head coach for the Giants. We're going to talk about that later.
Right.
So Monken would have been my probable top choice, but he is now off the board. Now what's left over is Brian Daboll. I like Brian Daboll. I love the hire for the Giants. He's not a good head coach. He's probably a better coordinator. Love Mike McDaniel. Many have told us he is not a great fit for what the Eagles do. Now, is that because he's not a great fit because his offense is so different from Sirianni's, or because they don't think Hurts could run his offense?
I think it's more has to do with the former, which is the coaches and the coaching staff. There might not be a good blend. You have to go to the Jeff Stoutland's the O-line coach. He doesn't run that Shanahan type of blocking scheme. Sirianni's offense, that whole Frank Reich, Doug Peterson, an amalgamation variant of Andy Reid is very different than the Shanahan system. I think that's the bigger issue.
All right. More text messages on the other side. We'll read them off. 609-403-0973. Keep them coming. What are your guys' thoughts? Who do you want? Chris in Delaware, see your text messages. We are at the number of text messages right now is 666. We got to get off that. Somebody sent a text message in. Sounds like the devil has taken over our text board. 666 unread text messages right now. 609-403-0973. Please, someone, get us off 666. Let us know who your choice is for play caller, offensive coordinator. Mike McDaniel, Cliff Kingsbury, Brian Daboll. That, I do want to get into the Phillies as well. What's going on with this Bo Bichette stuff? And how does it affect JT Realmuto? Because there was something about JT Realmuto that was said yesterday that I was a little floored by, honestly. We'll get into that coming up as well. More text messages. Casey Joyner, One Thought Every Game. Trying to catch up with McMullen as well. I like how this guy texted in 667. He wasn't 667, but appreciate it. Another guy said 667. Just keep them coming. Let's get off all 666. Hey, let's push that number up to 700. Let's get a bunch of text messages now. 609-403-0973. Don't forget, watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. It's easy to do. You can watch on your phone, on the YouTube app, on your smart TV at home. Just launch YouTube, search 973 ESPN, and you can watch the show. You can comment. Do me a favor, hit the subscribe button and that bell, so that when we go live on the Sports Bash, you'll get an alert that the show is live and you can watch us each and every day. Love how many people have been finding us on YouTube. Love how many people keep watching the show. But the more that can watch, the more people that engage, the more fun we have, and the more voices that we get, it makes the show better. All right, let's have some fun with it. 609-403-0973. I'm Mike Hill. This is the Sports Bash. All right, 3:30 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? We're live on the YouTube channel at 973 ESPN, on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. A lot of people watching, commenting, be a part of the show. Got some more people watching on the YouTube channel today. Now, this gentleman says, the only thing that stinks on YouTube is that it goes completely silent. You guys should make a loop, especially commercials. Yeah, when we go to the commercial break, we got to figure out what we're going to do there. All right, there's a lot of copyright stuff, with the music, so we can't really do that. But the YouTube producer's off today, so I'm producing the YouTube. But we'll be on it. We'll get something going there for you. All right. I do appreciate the feedback, though, Jeff, that you're watching on there, and whatever we can do to make it better, we'll get there. I do want to get into this Phillies thing real quick. You have an Eagles thought that you've thrown in front of you?
Not in front of me, no. I
didn't know if you were getting ready to say something Eagles related before I switch my thoughts real quick to the Phillies.
No, switch it to the Phillies. I'm just clearing out some of my notifications.
All right, so, and we did play the Sirianni stuff. If you're watching on YouTube, you can rewind it back and go listen to it. But,
rewind button.
So this Bo Bichette stuff, it feels in Canada, and he basically said, this is going to happen. They have the most money, yada, yada, yada. So we're at this point now. Here's what Jeff Passan said on Sportsnet Canada. Let's start with this.
The expectation is that the Phillies, at the end of the day, are going to be the highest bidders. They have reason to go after him. And they have a need, not just for the right-handed complement to the Schwarber and the Harper, but also just to rejigger that clubhouse a little. Teams get stale sometimes. Look at what the Phillies have done going from the World Series to the NLCS to the Division Series and getting bounced in consecutive years. That incarnation of them couldn't get over the hump. And there are a lot worse ways to mix it up than by bringing in Bo Bichette, a guy who, whatever he plays, whether it's second base, third base, or even shortstop, he's going to hit.
So, they have the most money. They'll make the best offer. Okay. So this might sound like it's actually going to happen now. And I'm not anti-signing Bo Bichette. I think they should sign Bo Bichette for some of the reasons they brought up. They need a change in that clubhouse. They need a little new infusion of life. They need something in the middle of the lineup. He will hit in the middle of the lineup. The JT Realmuto stuff, what happens there? Because there were some reports last week that there's no market for him. Nobody is interested in him at this point. Does JT wait this thing out? John Heyman reported yesterday that the Phillies made him a 3-year deal. I almost fell out of my seat. If he got a 3-year offer and he passed on it, yo, brother, you need a new agent. You're 35 years old, someone gave you a 3-year deal and you didn't take it, you need some new representation. You overplayed your hand here, buddy. Now, does he go calling the Phillies back? Hey, man, I'll take that deal. I mean, the Phillies at this point got to be like, sorry, not happening. We've moved on to Bo Bichette. But I'll present you with a nice 1-year deal if you'd like that. And I'd be on board with that. I'm ready to move on from JT to clear out room to get Bo Bichette. But if I bring in Bo Bichette and can bring back JT for 1 more year, and if I'm JT Realmuto, I have no buzz on the market. Buckus, nothing. Do I stick my tail between my legs and take a 1-year, 8? Now, I said before, this whole thing in baseball, you got to give him a deal, it's respect, blah, blah, blah. I said, JT Realmuto, the deal is 1 year, 8.5. If we're being real here, that's what you are. You're a 1 year, $8.5 million guy. Does he say, I'll do 1 year, $10 million? Just to say, you know what? I really like what you're doing here. I have no market. I want to be in Philadelphia. I want to play with these guys. I take a 1 year, $10 million deal, and let's bygones.
Listen, it would be smart for everybody because the Phillies don't have a clear answer at the catcher position right now.
No.
And frankly, JT overplayed his hand, as you mentioned. Nobody wants to pay him what he thought he was going to get paid, which I always thought was dumb, which is you're a 34, 35-year-old catcher who's asking for money as if you were 28 years old. Like, that always felt like that was going to be a lost cause.
He is 34. I believe he'll be 35.
I think he's turning 35 this year, yeah.
Well, at some point he will.
Well, I meant during the season.
His birthday is in March. He'll be
okay.
35. By the way, Phillies reporting day. We just got that last night, breaking news.
Yeah, it's what, a month away?
February 11th, pitchers and catchers. So we're less than a month away. First day reporting for full squad, February 16th. And then February 21st, Phillies Blue Jays in Dunedin. Now that's a game you got to go to. Phillies Blue Jays, TD Bank Stadium, Dunedin. You go right across the street to the VFW, get yourself a meatball sandwich, walk down the road. You got the Dunedin Brewery down there, Florida's oldest brewery. You got a whole bunch of breweries right in that little area across the street from the Blue Jays. If you're ever a Phillies fan, you go down to Clearwater. Try to find a game when the Phillies play in Dunedin. And listen, you don't have to go see a Phillies game. Just go to a game in Dunedin. Great town, great little stadium, although the Phillies stadium is a lot more fun. There's a lot more action happening. But Dunedin's a little bit more slower, a little more quiet, a little more laid back. But the town itself is hopping. Good town. But JT be 35 years old by the time, no, not by the time they get to spring training, but in the middle of spring training, he will turn 35 years old.
Right.
A 1-year, $10 million deal for JT Realmuto. I think he has to jump at that deal.
I think he has to jump at the deal, and I think he has to just accept the fact
The
that,
question is, would the Phillies do it?
what, 1 year, $10 million?
Yeah, we're saying that because it sounds great to us, but would the Phillies pay Bo Bichette and then also say, JT, let's make this work. What do we have to do? We'll overpay you to stay for another year. We'll overpay you for 1 year, but we don't want to give you 3.
I think it's okay if you do it for 1 year just because of the fact the Phillies might say, look, this is a gap. This is a bridge.
Well, it's also, we know how important JT is. We don't want to lose him. We don't really have a great replacement option. We're going to bring in Bo Bichette. That's going to make us better. Now, JT, instead of hitting 4th or 5th, we can move you down the lineup. You don't have to be our 4-hole hitter or our 5-hole hitter. You can hit 6th or 7th or 8th in the lineup. Look at this team around us. Where are you going to go that you're going to have a better team than this? You're going to go sign in Pittsburgh, Colorado, Kansas City, Cincinnati? Where are you going to go? We'll give you 1 year, $10 million. It's you, Bryson, Trey, Bo. The outfield's not all that great. Not a lot to talk about out there. Here's another thing I got. Phillies related. Bullpen looks pretty good. Brought in Keller. Now you have Duran for a full season. They've made a couple of little trades here and there for some guys that you probably never heard of before, but one of those guys will kind of be a name that you never heard of and comes in and performs, and you're like, man, where'd they get this guy? They've had it like 3 or 4 of those guys. Like the guy they got from Arizona, he's a lefty, and he's like he's got like one of those slingshot arms. He throws some, like, I can't remember his name.
Oh, Kyle something.
Kyle Braddock or Brackus, right?
I'm looking it up.
Anyway, he's a lefty, one of those guys.
He's very average.
Yeah, but he's one of those guys that, like, when he pitches against you, you're like, God, this guy gets us out all the time, you know? And then he has an ERA of 4.75, and you're like, everybody else hits him but our team.
Kyle Baucus.
Baucus, there you go.
You were close. You were
they
right
got
there.
The trade,
you were right there.
They got the trade. They traded Strom. They got a guy back in return there.
Right.
They traded the other day. They got
was the guy they got from the Royals.
Correct. So all these guys are going to be at spring training. The bullpen is going to be kind of set. They lost Ranger Suarez yesterday.
Chase Shugart.
There you go. They lost Ranger Suarez yesterday, and it didn't get a lot of play because of the Eagles season imploding right before our very eyes. But you could make a strong argument. Would you rather bring back Suarez for $25 million or JT for whatever you're going to pay him? Well, let's just say JT took the 3-year, whatever it is. Some reporting that there's like $15 million a year offer there, like a 3-year, $45 million deal. I don't want to see that happen.
That would be a horrible deal.
Right, but would you rather say, why didn't they just put the $25 million towards Ranger? And I ask it this way. I don't see a scenario where Zach Wheeler pitches opening day, right?
No, he probably won't be back till like June.
Even if it's best case scenario, I don't know how accelerated his debut will be. Okay, Christopher Sanchez pitches opening day.
Right.
Jesus Luzardo pitches game 2.
Probably.
Aaron Nola probably pitches game 3.
Likely.
Taijuan Walker and Andrew Painter. That's your starting 5.
Correct.
You're going there with no competition at all. By the way, I said Wheeler. He's not even ready. So Wheeler, Sanchez, Luzardo, Walker, and Painter, they still need a 5th. Wheeler's not – Nola. I forgot Nola. So they have 5, but they don't have anybody else. And you're just assuming Nola's back and he's Nola again. You're assuming Taijuan Walker's going to step in there and pitch again for another full season. You got Andrew Painter, who, yeah, we all think that's supposed to be something, but what if he's not? Who else do they have to compete for a starting rotation spot right now?
They don't. And that's part of the interesting side of this conversation, which is if you sign Bo Bichette and then you trade one of these guys before the season.
This text message is funny, sorry.
I was saying, if they trade one of these guys for the season, are you trading, like we're assuming what they're trading for, do they trade a guy like Bohm or a guy like Stott or whatever for a 5th starter?
I don't think you go that far. I don't think you go that far. You're not trading a regular for a swing, for that. Not Stott anyway. I mean, maybe Bohm if you need to clear him out to bring Bichette in. Now, here's the text message that made me laugh. Mike, the main problem with the Birds was the offensive line. It was awful. Agree. Said 75% of the problem. I gave it 50. He went 75. Said the play calling was awful as well. I agree. Maybe Kingsbury should be the guy. I'm okay with that. But here's where I laughed. Boba Fett is just using the Phillies, in my honest opinion. I imagine that speech to text, and instead of Bo Bichette, it went with Boba Fett.
Love it.
Which I said Boba Fett the other day, and you were surprised I knew who that was.
I was very surprised. You are not a movie guy, so you knowing
but
Star Wars
is
culture.
at least, I mean, it's the fabric of a generation. I know what they are, the characters.
Like, I'm a huge Star Wars guy.
Yeah, I'm not a Star Wars guy, but I've heard of Boba Fett.
Yeah, most people, when they say they know Star Wars, they know Darth Vader or Luke Skywalker.
True.
Or Han Solo or Princess Leia, because every girl at one point has been like Princess Leia for Halloween.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. Boba Fett is not like one of the main characters.
No, he's almost like his character actually was supposed to be a joke. Is actually the story.
I don't know that I could pick him out of a lineup.
You wouldn't. But I'm still impressed you knew the name.
South Jersey Jack, by the way, with this text message. He goes on to say they have to trade Bohm. I just don't see it. Great show. Thanks, South Jersey Jack. That was a great text. See, when you give a great text and you leave your name, you get extra. South Jersey Jack did everything you want there. He laid out everything
concisely
and left his name. Says they have to trade Bohm. I just don't see it. I don't think they have a problem trading Bohm. I think they could give him away, but that's contingent on getting Boba Fett.
Right. I will say, I don't think Boba Fett is using the Phillies as leverage. I think Bichette, his problem right now is that he's a young guy who's had a couple injuries in his career, and I think some teams are a little wary of his injury history.
Mike Brandon in Dennisville. Mike McDaniel would be my top choice for OC. Don't like the new coordinator every year shtick, but I could see McDaniel play calling season end and another super win. And if he's one and done like Kellen Moore, that's fine with me. Yeah, I think that's something that Howie Roseman kind of laid out today.
Yep.
Like, we know we can't win the Super Bowl every year, but we expect to. And that's the way they think, and that's a great way to think. It's the way that I was thinking the other day. It's like, I know you can't win the Super Bowl every year, but we're so greedy that we want to. And if it means I have to hire a different coordinator every single year, and he's the best guy available every single year, I'll just keep getting the best guy available every single year. All right, more Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. Unsportsmanlike moment of the day has to do with the NFC East getting a new leader. And what does that mean? Find out next on the Sports Bash.
there's pressure to win. Yes, he's going to come in and anything better than what they did last year, it's going to be viewed, at least for a year or two, as him turning the tide because it's been so bad. But this is a market that is going to press you. This is a fan base that is going to expect you to win. They're not going to just be like, oh, well, it's been so bad the past couple of years. At least we got John Harbaugh.
That was Michelle Smallman this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by White Horse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. So John Harbaugh is going to be the new head coach in New York for the Giants. Do we ultimately think that this turns the Giants around right away? Is this one of those teams that has that you're the worst team and now you move to the top like the Bears did? They got a new coach that many people thought was a good idea, and that worked out for the Bears. That basically has changed their organization.
I personally, Mike, look at it as John Harbaugh is a great hire for an organization that needs stability. The problem is I don't know if he's the ultimate answer to stability.
He's going to bring Munkin in. You like Munkin with Dart?
Yes.
All right, me too. They need a guy to be Nick Sirianni. They need an overseer. They need a guy who is, I'm going to rule with an iron fist. They need a culture setter. Their culture there has been dog bleep. So I do think Harbaugh coming in there changes the culture, makes them better. The only thing I wonder is, does he put them over the top? Does he win them a Super Bowl? But what I will say is this. I think what he does do is makes them more competitive in the NFC East immediately. They're no longer some pushover that you laugh at. They have a legitimate head coach who is going to make sure that they pay attention to every detail. Unlike Ben McAdoo, Brian Daboll, and they've had so many other guys in between there. I can't even think of some of these one-and-doners. The guy who was the special teams coach.
Joe Judge.
Like, those guys were clowns. They hired a legit guy, and I don't think the Giants are any longer a laughingstock. I just don't know if they're all of a sudden, hey, John Harbaugh, you're a Super Bowl contender within 3 years. Maybe, maybe not. But I think they got their act together.
I think it's also a shot at the GM. Because I think the ownership is saying, look, we're bringing in a guy that you can't fire. He is here. And if you can't make it work with him, you're out.
Yeah, I definitely think that. Now, Joe Shane, who had a good relationship with Daboll, he was the one that they came together from Buffalo.
They came together from Buffalo, right.
So he gets rid of his buddy.
But the thing is, Harbaugh's got the cachet.
Right. But so do we think he didn't have any say on this pick? So if you don't get to hire the coach, how do you keep the GM?
I think they're telling Shane, look, we're giving you a year. You don't get it. You don't get this roster right, and Harbaugh tells us the roster ain't right. You out.
Weird situation. But I like the hire for the Giants. I think it makes the Giants legit in terms of they're not a joke anymore. They've been a joke.
It also makes the NFC East better. The NFC East is better when the team that should be the Eagles' biggest rival is a competitive team.
No question. But I'm saying, my point is, the 1 year Dan Quinn came in, he made the Washington relevant for that 1 year. Now, this year they stunk.
They also were injured.
This is a upgrade over Quinn, though. This is bigger than them getting Quinn.
Way bigger.
Yes. So, to me, this puts the Giants on a path to, even if they're 9-8 or 10-7, maybe they're not a Super Bowl contender right off the bat. You don't just say, it's the Giants. You looked at your schedule this year, it's like, it's Washington. It's the Giants. That's not going to happen. That's not happening anymore. They got Munkin with Dart. I think that's a good combination there. They're going to get Neighbors back. Remember, he didn't play at all last year for the most part. He got hurt. Football at 4. Kaplan, next. Football at Four, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Adam Kaplan's here today. The Eagles brass met with the media today to wrap up the season. It's all over. So what's next for the Birds? We'll get into that and more as Adam Kaplan set to join us now for a Thursday edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. What kind of criteria is he looking for a new offensive coordinator? He says, quote, "You're looking to continue to evolve as an offense. I'm looking to bring in a guy that's going to be the best at helping us do that." He made multiple references, Adam, that he's looking to bring in a guy and that the coaching staff hires are on his shoulders. Do you think that Nick Sirianni gets to pick his own guy this time again?
Well, Mike, I mean, this is just coming from people who've worked for the coaches who've worked for the Eagles. What Howie does is he assists. Nick, like Doug Peterson, it's not like he knows every single assistant coach that's available. He's been in the league a long time, but he doesn't know everybody. So Howie assists. That's the way it works. I know people say, well, did Howie hire him or not? That's always debatable, but does he suggest? Does he assist? Absolutely, he should. Any good GM should do that.
Right, and obviously there's a lot of reporting out there about some big names here. Howie was kind of asked about, hey, would you be adverse to bringing in a bigger name if they walk out the door? Didn't seem like that mattered all that much to him. There is some reporting about Mike McDaniel, Cliff Kingsbury, Kevin Stefanski, Brian Daboll. I mean, they're the biggest of the big names out there, correct? Would you be surprised if one of those guys didn't get a head coaching job if they ended up here?
Well, a couple things I want to talk about. When we'll get past the press conference. Not much was said of note, but I did think, and I took note of three things which I think are important to discuss, and one of them is on what you just talked about. I'm glad that Howie said that, and Howie's got to present it to Jeff in terms of money. That it's Nick will hire the coordinator, but the money is important. Like, you have to be willing to do it. Money's not going to be the issue. Are you willing to bring in someone who might leave? That was really what they were being asked. And yeah, I thought it was good that Howie said, look, it would be Nick's call in the end. He's got to work with him, and we'll get to that in a second. But made it pretty clear that they're not worried about that this time around, which is in a way refreshing. Now we'll see who's hired, and we'll get to kind of Nick's response on that subject in a second. But I'm glad that Howie said that, because he does influence in terms of he'll the way I understand it is he gives Nick background information if Nick's not familiar with a coach, because Howie knows a lot of coaching agents. He knows people know coaches and so forth. He's really good as an information gatherer. I mean, Howie assisted Doug greatly in 2016. Let's put it that way. Doug didn't know some of the coaches that he hired. He just didn't. And Howie suggested, hey, you should talk to this guy, and Doug could have said no, but he didn't. And that's where Howie comes in, because, again, Nick's not going to know every guy that's out there.
All right, talking with Adam Kaplan here. So what kind of coordinator do they need? What do they need out of this new offensive coordinator, whoever this guy may be?
Yeah, now, on what we're going to talk about kind of what they need to get out of that coordinator. But before we do that, one thing I do want to mention is the other salient point to come out of this discussion today from the press conference was Nick didn't want to commit to, okay, could this guy hire his own staff? What he wants to do, and he had the right response, let's meet with these guys first, and whoever it's going to be, let's see what they present to us, and then we'll decide how we want to react. In terms of, okay, yeah, you can do this, you can't do this. That's the way he should say that. He didn't say they wouldn't do it. Now, we reported this 2 years ago, and I know others put some stuff out too. Cliff Kingsbury wanted to kind of clear out his coaching staff, the Eagles coaching staff, a lot of them, not all of them. Now, he's got a chief of staff, David Rye, Cliff Kingsbury does, who was with him in Washington, who will go wherever Cliff goes. And by the way, a lot of coordinators, like Mike McDaniel, as we get through this, I'm told he's got an offensive line coach that's definitely going to go with him. His guy was in Miami. Well, that obviously, the Eagles, not only do they have Jeff Stalin, they have Greg Austin, who's the assistant. So, like, that could be a deal breaker. So you have, not that we think Mike McDaniel would come here anyway, because as we said from the beginning, with anything that's out there, you could want somebody, talk to somebody, and sometimes Eagles talk to some people that they know they probably won't be able to hire because they just want to get ideas, which is nothing wrong with that. The late Al Davis would do that, by the way. and around the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, Mike, as we go forward here,
and by the way, Adam, real quick, that was a Kingsbury problem too the last time, right? He wanted his own offensive line guy, and they didn't want to get rid of Stoutland.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, Mike, that's exactly what I was talking about, referring to.
I thought you said McDaniel. My bad.
Yeah, no, but I did say Kingsbury first, and then I did say McDaniel's also got his own guy. So both of them have their own guys. In fact, Mike, you could look at everyone they're going to talk to. Now, Kevin Stefanski, he's had different offensive line coaches in his career with Cleveland, and Kevin wants to be head coach. Now, he started his career with the Eagles, back in like 06 or 07. You never really know how things are going to work out. And his dad, Ed, you remember, was the Sixers general manager, which is insane, He signed Andrew Bynum, unfortunately, that didn't work out.
Do you remember the Ed Stefanski Sixers?
Yeah, who was a great player at Penn, by the way, and his son and Kevin went to Penn as well as a running back. But let's get it. Let's roll this, Mike. So what do the Eagles need out of their new offensive coordinator? There's some things that the Eagles don't do, which is kind of embarrassing, and they've done it very rarely. If you look at the screen game, Mike, how the hell in today's NFL could you not have a screen game? Like how many years have we said this now?
Which is funny because for years it felt like all they did was run the screen.
I mean, look, there were many moons ago. They would check the ball down. Now Jalen's been willing to check it down a little bit more, which is good. But I know Barkley had a terrible drop the other day. No question, that's on him. But Andrew, like when you talk to Andrew DeCecco tomorrow, ask him about Will Shipley in training camp, and I'm sure he'll tell you what I'm going to tell you right now. But I'm curious how he would respond. I know what I saw in training camp. Will Shipley was very explosive out of the backfield. DeAndre Swift is very explosive out of the backfield. In training camp 2 years ago, they didn't use him at all in the pass game. So that's bad coaching, Mike. I don't want to hear that. Well, Jalen doesn't want to do this. Jalen doesn't do that. That's. And Nick, by the way, was asked about that today. He's trying to say, well, Jalen will always wants to do what we're looking to do, that kind of thing. So we'll see about that. Here's another thing. They don't have a slot receiver. I know Devontae Smith's numbers inside are good. Why don't you get a real slot receiver? Now, the argument against that is, well, it doesn't matter when you have Dallas Goedert, who's a free agent, Devontae Smith, and A.J. Brown. But it does matter. You still should have an inside receiver. It's just they don't use one. It's just bad. I think it's bad coaching, Mike. And in fact, I know it's bad coaching.
Well, you take a look at they traded to get Dotson. They gave up, not a
He's not
lot.
A slot, though. He's really not a slot.
Right, but that's where they tried. I mean, but you added him and didn't utilize him in any way, shape, or form. Is my point.
A little bit last year. Now, Kenny, he has lined up inside, but he's not a pure slot. Like, okay, our good friend Jason Avant, number 81. Okay, the real 81, not Terrell Owens. I'm joking, but. Jason was phenomenal in the slot, Freddie Mitchell, the sultan of the slot.
And Jason brought up a great point after the season was over. He's like, listen, when you're down to one play, he's like, I know the route that I run all the time. I run it to perfection. And they don't have that guy that runs that route, that has those sure hands, that the quarterback just knows, I know if I throw the ball to this guy, he's going to make that catch.
Yes, absolutely. Right. Mike, next one, multiple personnel groupings. It's just so pathetic, Mike. Formationally, they've been doing this now for really 4 years. Less under Steichen, but more under Brian Johnson, Kellen Moore, because he had to kind of run Sirianni's scheme with his own additions to it. And then, of course, this season with Kevin Patullo, which was a disaster. But they're big on 3x1, 2x2. That's what they love. They love doing that. Yeah, they'll balance a little bit, 12, 11 personnel. Did a little bit of 13 this year, which is good to see. But they're just not diverse in their personnel grouping. It's so annoying and so pathetic. I mean, evolve, whatever adjective that Sirianni wants to use, they haven't evolved with him, with their scheme. I understand how great of his record is. We acknowledge that he's a very good head coach, but he's not been good enough to the last 3 years. Just think about it. He's fired 2 of the last 3 offense coordinators. What does that tell you?
Yeah, no question that the personnel groupings, they had none. It was all basically and listen, we all fall into this, Adam. We're like, oh, they got A.J. Brown and they got Devontae Smith, and but that's it. They had nothing else really. And as teams started to say, all right, well, that's your 2 guys. And listen, they won a lot of one-on-one the last couple of years. They didn't win as many one-on-ones.
Mike, but you can't depend on it. Now, on what you just said, yeah, you could do a better job of scheming them open. But they're too dependent on winning one-on-one. 4th and 11, right? You're running 4 verts versus quarters coverage. You're basically saying we got to beat deep coverage. Well, that's stupid on the 4th and 11. You talked about it earlier a couple minutes ago. Like on a 4th and 11, you got to have in-breakers. You got to have someone shallow. They didn't do that. So another thing, now everybody knows this because the tape shows it. Jalen is usually near the bottom of getting the ball out of his hands quicker. He holds on the ball too long, way too long. That's got to happen. Now that's a Hurts issue and that's a coaching issue. You have to do a better job, whoever the coordinator is making him think faster. One of the things I'm down in the middle with Hurts. I'm not a defender. I'm not a detractor. We tell the truth here on Inside the Birds. It's our job. We educate people. I'll say this again. Hurts threw the ball extremely well at times since the Charger game. I know people want to say, oh, he turned it over 4 times, twice in one play. I know all that. But by tape studies, the number one criteria for player evaluation, there are times when Hurts threw the heck out of the football. There's something there to build on. I was very angry last night with our Patreon people last night talking about all the problems with their offensive scheme. But I also pointed out there's something there to build off of some of the good things that Jalen did late in the season. It got lost at times how bad he was and the structure and the play calling. But I would like the new coordinator to be able to build on this and coach him better. And you want someone who's got a quarterback background. Brian Daboll, who would be a slam dunk hire, he understands how to coach quarterbacks. He does. And his system, I love his system, which is a combination of the Ron Earhart 2 tight end system that Josh McDaniels runs and more pro concepts, and he took some stuff out of college. It's just a great system, and he did a great job. He also did a good job with Daniel Jones. I know that people that wouldn't know any better would say, "Oh, look at that! He was terrible in 24 before he went to the Vikings. To the Vikings, and then what he did with the Colts." But Mike, he definitely had some very good moments. In fact, his best year was under Brian Daboll. But Daniel Jones was never a good quarterback, so we have to understand that. There's no context on social media. That context matters, folks. You got to do a better job when you're doing research on a play caller.
Well, obviously, Patullo no longer here. They asked him why. He asked why. He said we need to evolve. We need to evolve as an offense. And I guess one of the questions is, are you able to evolve this offense with this quarterback? Do we believe that they have been scaling this offense back because of the quarterback, or that the quarterback can take it? Could he run Mike McDaniel's offense?
All right, so no, the latter. That's why it makes no sense. He hasn't shown the ability, other than briefly, to process at a high level. Process means you're getting out quickly. You know what you're looking at. Now, as I said earlier, a couple minutes ago, it started for me. The best throw of his career was that Charger game. You remember, Mike. In fact, I know we talked about it in football before. That pass, he threw to Devontae Smith to the right. I almost threw angry. It was one of those like, how the heck did he do this? You love that. That's quick processing. But McDaniels, and the reason why Tua never made it, why he got benched is when Tua processed quickly, it was beautiful. When he didn't, he'd haul on the ball and he'd get hit. Well, what happens with Jalen is when he's not sure what he's seeing, he breaks the pocket. He ruins the progression. So listen, we've said this before, Mike. This will be our 9th year talking about this on Inside the Birds. You never say never. It's a phrase we'll always use because strange things happen, particularly with the Eagles and coaching and personnel decisions. So you're told one thing privately and another happens when they're allowed to change their mind. But they need diversity in the passing go, Mike. The concepts, let's modernize this thing. And Greg Cosell said it best on Inside the Tape with me this week. They got to evolve here. They got to move it forward. They can't worry about, it's another coordinator. Jalen's got to deal with it, and that's the bottom line. It is what it is. I know it's not the fairest thing, but they got to progress here.
All right, Adam Kaplan, we'll see if they get better diversity in the passing game, better usage of the personnel. They get the ball out of Hurts' hands a little faster. Oh, boy, this is going to be interesting.
I'm praying. Where's a praying meme? I'm praying.
Peter Schrager said the other day, I thought it was interesting. He said there's 9 head coaching opportunities, but the Eagles' offensive coordinator might be more interesting than all of them.
Interesting, yes.
Which, by the way, one of them has been filled by John Harbaugh.
Now, I'm not Dirk Cutter. Todd Monken has a very good shot to end up there, and we're still gonna talk about Todd Monken because our show tomorrow. I'm taping a show with Greg Cosell tonight. We're gonna talk about some great coordinators who are out there, and also for Giant fans, you'll want to listen to this, and I know you have Giant fans listening. We're going to talk about Todd Monken, who very well will be. He most likely will be Harbaugh's OC. But we're also going to talk about some guys for the Eagles. So stay tuned for that. 6 a.m. and it'll break tomorrow.
Nice.
On Inside the Birds.
All right, check that out, everybody. The Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. And, of course, we'll have the offseason covered like nobody else right here on Football at 4. Adam, appreciate it, man.
You got it. Thanks.
There he is. Adam Kaplan, everybody, host of the Inside the Birds podcast, and right here, Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, listen, a couple things that he talked about that I want to echo real quick. One, what do they need out of the new offensive coordinator? Bring back the screen game. It's one of the things that they didn't have because Barkley doesn't catch the ball all that well. But, hello, newsflash, that doesn't mean you can't incorporate some of your other guys. Like Will Shipley, here's a little pass to you. You get 3 touches a game, make the most of it. Tank Bigsby, here's a little touch to you. You get 5 touches, make the most out of them. The Eagles treated Saquon Barkley like the Phillies treat JT Realmuto. You had an opportunity to take some of the wear and tear off of Barkley, and you chose not to use it. Tank Bigsby was fine. You could give him 7 to 9 carries in a game. It doesn't kill the team in the offense. No, it gave him a different look. And if the screen game would get Shipley to accentuate his positives, use it. A slot wide receiver. You know, Adam's right. I mentioned Dotson. He said he's not a slot receiver. I said, yeah, I get that. But they traded for him to be the number 3 wide receiver, which is generally lined up where? They didn't put anybody else there. They didn't use the guy. You made a trade for a guy who was a first-round pick and then didn't use him. This team has consistently lacked, and that's the Jason Avant. That's the guy who, and you've seen a lot of those other style of guys like a Julian Edelman or, you know, one of those guys that is just a little undersized, quick, sits into the zone, sits into the spots, sure-handed, Danny Amendola, and they just are sure-handed. They catch everything. A Cooper Kupp, who's an elite-level guy in his prime, not anymore, but that guy who just was in the slot, ran 11 yards, curled back in, caught the ball, and just sat there. They haven't had that guy ever. Nelson Aguilar did it 1 year, and they won the Super Bowl. They need that guy. They need that guy for a guy like Jalen Hurts.
The problem with a guy like Aguilar and some of these other guys the Eagles have had over the years is that they're not really true possession slot receivers.
No.
Aguilar was a guy who could blow the top off. Quez Watkins could blow the top off. Jahan Dotson was a guy who was very good at the deep slant route. They need a guy who is a better complement to who you have. If you have Devontae Smith and you have A.J. Brown, you need a guy who is not duplicitous with those guys.
Yeah, and listen, I thought Aguilar was much better in the slot than he was as an outside receiver, but he wasn't a true slot guy.
No, but he worked as a slot because you had a guy like Alshon Jeffrey and a guy like Zach Ertz who were true possession receivers. Like third down,
I'll tell you what,
I need 6-7 yards.
I'll tell you what this team needs to try to find in this draft. I'm already on mock draft season. I looked at an article today, Dane Brugler from The Athletic. He has the Eagles taking a offensive lineman in the first round, which makes sense, but I don't want to get into a whole lot of draft stuff, but I'm kind of getting excited. This year I decided I'm going to get really into the draft. Eagles have a weird pick, 23, so they're not
do.
like in a great.
But they have multiple picks they could move around.
Well, they have
with.
1 and a 2, and then they have 2 3s, 2 4s, and 2 5s.
They also
that
have,
really sets up for an exciting draft.
They also have a bunch of picks in the next few years so that they can always collect together and package.
One of the things, though, they need on draft day, like if you say, what does this team need? Well, I don't know. Like on defense, start there. Because they usually like to draft either D linemen or O linemen. They've drafted receivers recently. You're going to draft an edge guy. You got Jalix Hunt, Nolan Smith. You bring back Jalen Phillips? Don't know. You got Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Ojomo. do you really draft another defensive lineman?
Here's how I look at it. You drafted edge rusher because you could never have enough of those guys. That's where you start on defense. Then you find a corner that you think can maybe, if you don't think he can start immediately, maybe you can develop into being a starter across from Quinyon
Definitely need
Mitchell.
to think about a corner, 100%. So corner would be another option in round 1 at 23. Edge or tackle.
I'm a big believer that you got to draft offense. This needs to be the year that Howie Roseman and his staff kind of sit in a room and they say, boys, we're going back to basics. We're going to go get O-linemen.
Well, and you say offensive lineman, and it sounds like, hey, they had a line that stunk this year. Are you replacing Mailata?
I'm not replacing anyone necessarily. I'm drafting guys who might be the guy after the next couple of years. You know what I mean?
Well, Mailata's a young guy.
He's a young
Dickerson's
guy.
a young guy. Juergens is a young guy.
But I'm not
Steen
worried
is a
about-
young guy. The only guy that you're really thinking about is Lane Johnson. The rest of those guys, they're all signed.
I'm not trying to replace.
Except for Steen. Steen is not signed. Well, I mean, he's signed not long
He's on a
term.
rookie deal.
Yes.
I'm not looking to replace Mailata, Dickerson, or Juergens. But I am wanting to have the conversation about who's going to replace Lane Johnson, number one.
Mm-hmm.
And number two,
Very fair.
I think that you need to have the conversation about, is there someone in this draft who's better than Tyler Steen? And then maybe that guy becomes the starter, and you ask Steen to be the backup if Dickerson gets injured again.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that's where they have them going in the mock draft is a guy who, the kid Caden Proctor from Alabama, 6'7", 330.
Road grader.
Not only a road grader, an unbelievable athlete. He had 5 carries for them this year. I mean, they gave him the ball in certain situations. He caught a pass in a game. And,
he definitely
but
fits the model of what the
problem
Eagles like to
is,
do.
played left tackle.
Sure.
So you're going to ask the guy to go from left tackle to right guard?
Hard. Not easy.
Not easy.
But is he somebody, when you work him out, that you project him to a different position? Like, people forget that Steen was actually a tackle at Alabama.
6'7", 360 pounds. I don't know if I project him at very many other positions other than tackle.
Maybe not. But
6'7", 360 is a big dude.
I mean, Landon Dickerson is what, 6'6", 340, right?
I don't know about that, but sure.
I
I mean, Becton was a big guy. He was a tackle. They moved him.
I would also throw out
Did you see Becton's comments, though, the other day?
I did not.
He basically said that, I guess he didn't get along with Roman very well.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, he didn't like, he basically said it didn't, whatever they did out there didn't work. And did you have a conversation with him? And he basically said, no one talked to me about it. I don't know, you could look it up. It was kind of like maybe he would want to get out of there. I don't know what they paid him. I don't know what they gave him, but everybody loves reunions. But that would be a reunion that makes sense.
By the way, Dickerson is 6'6". He's 333.
It's a big dude.
Yeah, that's my point.
And he played center in college.
He played center and guard. And by the way, Brandon Brooks, remember when he was here, he was 6'5". So, actually he was 6'4". But the point is that the Eagles, they're not afraid to put big boys because they like to protect the center.
Well, Brugler did say in his expository that you draft this kid, he can compete for the guard spot and then be an option to bounce out the tackle once the decision is made on what's going to go on with Lane Johnson. So that's there. But my whole point of going down the draft road was they got to find a receiver with some speed. They
Legit
need to get a
speed.
guy who has game-breaking speed. Devontae's not a speed guy. He's more just glides.
He's also such a great route runner that he can manipulate people to thinking he's running slower or faster than he is.
Jeff's watching on YouTube. He says, Mike, do you think we bring back Goddard back for another year? That's going to be a huge loss if not. 600 yards and 11 touchdowns, and he missed a couple of games. Jeff, I was going to go down that road because I was going to say the things you need to draft. You need offensive line depth, the things we talked about on defense, speed at receiver. But what if Goddard doesn't come back? I mean, they don't even have tight end on the roster. Calcaterra is a free agent, and so is Granson. Not that those guys, but you're basically have nobody. Now, and look at some of these tight ends who have gone in the first round. The kid from Indianapolis last year.
Tyler Warren.
The kid from Loveland from the Bears.
Colston Loveland, yeah.
Yep.
From
and by the way, they took him over Warren, and people thought they made a mistake. Looks like they got the right guy.
It worked out for both teams.
Worked out for both teams. But my point is, Bowers got drafted the year before, stud. Loveland drafted this year, great. Warren drafted this year, had a really good year. You got to get a tight end. You got to find somebody. You got to, because this guy's right. Jeff, you're right. You got to either bring back Goddard. The problem with that is you're going down the JT Realmuto role. What do you got to pay him?
Listen, I look at it like this. There's two issues with it. Number one is historically the Eagles have always drafted the next tight end while the current guy was here.
Yeah, well, that's not an option.
That's
right
not
now.
happening this time. So this is where this is uncharted territory for them. And you just mentioned the issue of how much money he's going to ask for. That dude, he has 11 touchdowns this year. You don't think some team's going to maybe overpay him? Of course they will.
Sports Bash Live. That was Football at 4, brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Speaking of that, going to be at Ocean Casino on Saturday. Special 1-hour show, 3 to 4. I'll be on from 3 to 4. Special show Saturday at the new Ocean 18.
So Mike Gill Power Hour.
Grand opening. I wouldn't miss it. Going to do a live 1-hour show leading you into the divisional round of the playoffs. And then we're going to hang out. They're having a grand opening day, private little party from 5 to 6:30. Then at 6:30, it's open to the public. So stop out Ocean Casino Saturday, because as soon as the show's over from 3 to 4, we're going to be hanging out for about 2 hours, or I guess 1 hour, between 4 and 5 before the Ocean 18 party starts. So we're doing a special. Hanging with Henny will be on his normal time, 12 to 3. Then right after that, from 3 to 4, it'll be a special Saturday Sports Bash. Sports Bash Saturday returns for 1 week only. More Sports Bash coming up. No Nuggets today, but we got Josh's Jerky. Stick around. That's next, the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 4:35. Jeff on YouTube's watching. What happened to the club music? Sorry, I forgot. I gotta have to tell Tyrell when he's back tomorrow. He's in charge of the YouTube, but he's off today. So I'm running the YouTube. Jeff, I forgot. Somebody came in here and started talking to me, and I got distracted. I like the fact that you're paying attention to the club music, though. Was it club music? I don't have no idea what kind of music was playing.
I feel like that kind of music you were playing is kind of eye of the beholder, or
I like he blamed you, though. Josh, what happened to the club mix? Got me till 5. I'm almost done work. So he's watching the show at work, and then during the commercials, he wanted to hear a little music, and I guess whatever music I picked might have been like club music. I have no idea. Somebody texted in on the text board and said that the music during the commercial break made him feel like he was at a doctor's office.
Is that a good or bad thing?
Probably a bad thing. Like you're on hold or something, maybe. I don't know. By the way, if you're listening on the radio and you want to watch the show, text in and we can send you the link to the YouTube so you can watch it on YouTube. If you don't know how to get there, just say, hey, can you send me somebody just text it in. Can you send the YouTube link so I will send it to you if you want it. That's easy to do. I'm here for you. I'm here for you.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised people, don't just do it on their own. You'd be like, I'm going to look this up myself. But
well,
hey,
some people might be doing other things. It's easier for them just to, hit the link and just takes it to them.
Okay, so we're adding to the list of things that you and I have to do each day is...
I got no problem with that.
I just think it's funny. Because if we live in a world where it's like, if somebody asks you to do something and you do it, it's great. But if we ask somebody else to do something, it's like, why are you asking me to do that? It's like, people just got...
I'm here for the people.
If you say so.
Yep. Anything that people ask for, I'm here for you.
Not about anything.
Within
I think there's
reason.
limitations to that.
I'm within reason. No Nuggets today. The Nuggets are off. We got jerky today. We got Josh's jerky.
Yeah, I got 3 topics for you today, Mike. I wanted to start with last night's Hard Knocks. I'm glad you finally caught up and got your chance to watch it, because one of the topics I thought was interesting to have a conversation about was, so at the end of the episode, there was a moment in the locker room where, you see the guys walking in and Sirianni talks to the players. But then there was a specific player who stepped up and spoke. And I think one of the highlights of Hard Knocks and the 2025 season for the Eagles has been the growth and evolution of Jordan Davis. I want to play for everybody a little really quick. Here's part of what Jordan Davis had to say at the end of the season to the guys in the locker room. And I want everybody hear, the maturity that this young man has.
Did you edit this?
I did edit this.
Making sure.
I personally edited this.
All right.
Just like I edited all the Green Lake Pod audio that we get. Or whatever the curse word that Travis said yesterday on the New Heights show. Yeah. But I did edit this. Here's Jordan Davis from last night's Hard Knocks.
I got one thing, man. I don't know if I got a chance to dap y'all up, but I love every in this room, man. Just not the football players that y'all are, but the men that y'all are.
Eagles on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Eagles.
And so I know it's a very short clip, but if you watched Hard Knocks, you saw that Jordan Davis has grown. Leaps and bounds. It's like he lost weight and he added maturity in the last couple of years.
He did. And look, you saw him in the episode before. They're out to dinner, and you can see that he's the spokesman of the team.
Yep.
He's definitely the guy that he had the whole team out to dinner, and then when they went out to dinner, he was the one that said, hey, I'm gonna be the one that talks and says something here. Yeah, he's turned into leader. The question is, how much do they want to pay him?
Listen, you heard Howie say they're going to make some tough sacrifices and make sure they keep all of their core guys. And I think Jordan Davis is becoming one of those core guys. And I think that part of the reason why players like Goddard, players potentially, I'm not saying it's going to happen, potentially Nakobe Dean and certain others may not be here next year is because the team is saying Jordan Davis is one of those guys.
He's come a long way, I can tell you that much. He's won people over to the point where they think, you can't let him go.
I just love the growth. I love watching that a guy who was viewed by a lot of people as immature has now.
He was immature.
He was.
So they didn't have a bad view of him.
Well, no,
he admitted that he was immature.
Right. What I'm saying is that this is a guy who took charge of his personal and professional life, and he has now become an essential part. And, I've asked many times over the years, who's going to be the leader? Who's going to be the guy that steps up as as the old guys leave? And it's starting to look like that Jordan Davis is becoming that guy on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, and listen, they better hope if they end up paying him that he evolves again and more to another level. You don't want him to kind of just say, hey, I got my money and I'm flatlined. That's something the Eagles have to make a decision on. Do they think he's the kind of guy that will keep getting better, or that he get better in the year that he needed to get better, and then he gets his money and then he regresses?
Sure. And, of course, you don't know 100% how that's going to go. I mean, I would think the Eagles know him better than we do because they're around him all the time, and they have a pretty good track record of deciphering who are the football guys and who are the money guys. They've done a good job of that in the past. But, Howie Roseman today said, he was very straightforward with the media. He said, look, we're going to make sacrifices to keep our core players. And I think that after watching Hard Knocks and, going through this season, I think it was in many ways the year that Jordan Davis became one of those core players.
He did this year, no question. You could make an argument he had a better year than Jalen Carter.
Oh, 100% he did. Listen, I talked with Rob Motti about this because, the Pro Bowl voting is more of a popularity contest. The AP All-Pro team is more of a gauge of a guy's season. So, Rob, he didn't want to give anything away because, for those who don't know, Rob Motti is the guy who gets and counts all the votes. He gathers and before they publish the All-Pro teams. But Rob Motti did let on. He said, don't be surprised, he said, if Jalen Carter's the Pro Bowler, but Jordan Davis is the All-Pro.
Interesting turn of events there.
Speaking with the Eagles, my next topic is something that you brought up to me earlier, and I kind of dug a little deeper into it because I had a very negative reaction. But I wanted to say, look, I'm going to look into this a little more. I'm going to dig a little deeper and not be just an emotional fan, okay? Because the reporting came out, you pointed it out to me, from the New York Daily News, where it first came out, that apparently on the Eagles' list of offensive coordinator candidates they want to interview is Charlie Weis Jr. Now, I'll admit my first reaction was, well, that's underwhelming. So I decided, you know what, maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe I am not giving this guy some respect, so I'm going to look into him, Mike, okay? So here is his background. For those who don't know, Charlie Weis Jr., who is the son of Charlie Weis, the former Patriots OC and the former Notre Dame head coach. Weis Jr. spent the last few years as the co-offense coordinator at Ole Miss, as well as the quarterbacks coach. He is currently in line to be LSU's offensive coordinator. He has actually, Mike, worked with Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, he was the coordinator for Dart.
Oh, no, more than that. He has actually worked with Lane Kiffin for almost a decade. So when Lane Kiffin was at Florida Atlantic, when he was at Alabama, when Lane Kiffin was at Ole Miss and now LSU, Charlie Weis Jr. has kind of gone with him everywhere. So he has a very, very strong Lane Kiffin.
He's going to LSU now, too.
Well, that's why I say he's in line to be the offensive coordinator. The reason why it's interesting is because, if people forget, the Eagles have always been interested in that Lincoln Riley kind of offense when it comes to Jalen Hurts, because Jalen Hurts was the Heisman runner-up. Jalen Hurts had an amazing, not just statistical season, but he was incredibly efficient passing. He was top 3 in college football in completion percentage and in quarterback rating. So you have a guy in Charlie Weis Jr. who is a part of that larger offensive tree because of his connection to Lane Kiffin. Now, the other side of it is, this might not be what we think it is. I looked a little deeper. The 32-year-old coach was actually at Alabama for 2 years as an offensive assistant when Jalen Hurts was being recruited and was playing there. So this might be maybe not specifically a job interview, but this might be a fact-finding mission, Mike Gill, to maybe get some more information about Jalen Hurts, about the offenses that Jalen Hurts ran in college. Not that they wouldn't hire Charlie Weiss Jr., but it's maybe interesting to note that, hey, this is a guy who brings more to the table than just being a hot college name.
Well, and this goes back to somebody saying before that Jalen shouldn't have any say. Well, maybe they did ask him, is there anybody you're interested in? Anybody you've ever worked with in the past that really
stood out to
inspired you? And, hey, man, Charlie Weiss's son, always had a good connection with him. And they make a call. Now, is he a candidate that they're going to take over more experienced play callers that are on the list? There's an interesting report earlier today that Mike McDaniel is actually more interested in some of the offensive coordinator positions over some of the head coaches. In other words, would you rather be the offensive coordinator for the Eagles or the head coach for the Raiders?
Offensive coordinator.
Right, and there's a lot of those situations where would you rather be the head coach for the Eagles, the offensive coordinator for the Eagles, or the head coach for the Titans?
Well, look what happened with you mentioned the Titans, John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh was supposed to meet with the Titans today.
Well,
That
Giants
got canceled.
The Giants did what they were supposed to do,
Right.
and
But
made sure he didn't get out of the building.
But my point is that there's a lot of coaches who they're getting to the Titans later in the process, shall we call it. And so you have to, maybe Mike McDaniel is part of that group where he's like, I don't really want to coach the Titans or the Raiders. I was just interested in some of these other jobs because, I'm interested in Baltimore or New York just because of the job openings. And then maybe Mike McDaniel understands that, hey, maybe my pathway is to become the fourth former Eagles coordinator to become a head coach.
Here's a little nugget that just came out. Don't know if you saw this. Sam Darnold has been added to the injury report. He is now questionable for the game with an oblique injury.
Wow.
So
that's massive.
You talk about the repercussions of the whole thing that everybody was talking about with the Eagles and resting players, and if Seattle were to lose that game,
right,
you as the 2 seed could get the home game. Now you have to go to the Bears this week and play them, but you'd be at Chicago. The difference would be if you had played one, got the 2 seed, and San Fran. Now, you wouldn't have been playing San Fran last week. You would have been playing Green Bay.
Correct.
Let's say San Fran played
Chicago
and won the game.
Right.
You would have a situation where they would, again, come to your building and probably
beat you anyway.
Beat you. So my point is, you got to see the potential NFC Championship game just 2 weeks earlier.
By the way, for those who are wondering, the Sam Darnold's backup in Seattle is Drew Lock.
Mm-hmm.
That is definitely a step down from what Sam Darnold can do.
Big time.
But anyway, so my larger point with Charlie Weiss Jr. is I thought it was interesting that, maybe this is a guy that, is just part of the larger plan when it comes to finding the next OC.
Yeah, listen, I think they're leaving no stone unturned, and they're talking to Jalen, people. It's all your favorite thing, who you know, who has a connection, who worked with this guy in the past. And it's a familiarity thing. Like, hey, Jalen, you work with this guy. Is that going to make you feel warm and fuzzy if we talk to this guy and maybe we like him? Who knows?
My final story for you before we get out of here, Mike, is a Phillies story. For those who didn't see, the Phillies they dove deep into the international signing pool. They have signed one of the top international prospects, 17-year-old Francisco Renteria, to a record $4 million bonus. They were able to lure him away from 5 other teams that he was considering signing with. For those who might be wondering, the 6'3" slugger is considered one of the best 5-tool players in the international pool. He has an explosive bat. He is very fast, great arm strength. He's an outfielder. And he comes, like Bo Bichette, from MLB pedigree. You might recognize the last name, Mike. Yes, Francisco Renteria is the son of Edgar Renteria. The 5-time All-Star, World Series MVP award winner, Gold Glove Award winner. So
that makes me feel better because at first I'm cracking up laughing, thinking this guy's 17 years old, right? How many 17-year-olds you hear so much about, how great they are, and you're like, whatever happened to that guy? You know what? He decided he didn't love playing baseball anymore. He's burnt out because he's been playing since he's like 7 years old, playing like crazy-ass travel baseball at 7 years old.
Right.
And at 17, he decided, I'm kind of done with this, But the fact that he's Renteria's son gives you a little bit more assurance that he probably loves being around the game. So I feel better now knowing that it's Edgar Renteria's son rather than some random Renteria.
And again, he is projected to be an outfielder, so read into that what you will when he comes to the major leagues in 5 years, which is what the projected timeline is according to MLB Pipeline. You could see an outfield down the road, Mike, that's Justin Crawford and then Francisco Renteria.
We'll see. 17-year-old, 5 years from now, his skills could change a lot. I've seen a lot of 17-year-olds change flatline, not get better, lose interest.
Well, the interesting thing is, according to MLB Pipeline, they actually expect him to maybe potentially get taller than 6'3".
Here's a question someone texted in that made me think. Of all the teams left in the NFL, are you pulling for any of them? Buffalo, Denver, San Francisco, Seattle, Houston, New England, the Rams, or Chicago? Or is any of those teams that you're like, I'd really like to see them win it, if not us?
I like to see Buffalo.
Probably Buffalo. Sean Payton's just a smug. San Fran, no way. Seattle would be kind of cool. Houston, meh. All right, 5 o'clock hour coming up. All right, 5 o'clock hour, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN divisional round weekend. And then there were four, the final four on each side. You can listen to them all right here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get one thought on every game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic. Check out his new Substack, CaseyJoyner.com. We'll get to him in just a second. This hour is brought to you by Jersey Cow. Ice cream is a year-long thing in Northfield, Absecon, and Brigantine. At Jersey Cow, it's the best ice cream. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. And coming up, we have a whole segment with your text messages to clean out the show. We've also got a whole bunch we're going to get into right now on the divisional round, some Eagles stuff. They're looking for an offensive coordinator. Who's the best fit? Casey Joyner set to join us. We'll talk about that and one thought every game right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN as Casey Joyner joins us here on the Sports Bash. He is back. It's we're running out of weeks for one thought every game, but welcome back, man. What's going on?
Yeah, but the weeks get at least better. You know, it's like we may not have as many, but we're not getting quality over quantity.
We're not. I want to get into the Eagles fired Kevin Patullo. I guess cause it makes some sense here. When you look at this offense, is there a coordinator out there that you said that's a great fit? They would step right in there and maximize, Paul Heyman, accentuate the positives of that offense.
Hey, I'm actually writing a wrestling book right now, so I love that Paul Heyman reference. Yeah, it's Mike McDaniel, and the reason being is I remember I talked many times about back in the day that Bobby Bowden, who had as much talent on his roster as anybody in college football, ever, he could have done whatever he wanted to, but he said you have to decide, do you want to be a run-first team or a pass-first? You want to be great at running, good at passing, good at running. You can't be great at both. I was like, Bobby Bowden can't be great at both with all that talent, but he said you just can't the way the sport is structured. The Eagles need to be a great running team. They were a good running team this year. Mike McDaniel, there's not a more creative run play caller in the NFL. Maybe Kellen Moore, right up there with him. Nobody who's more creative. He's right at the top. And that's what they need. And he would fit perfectly. He can still do great things in the passing game, but he would immediately upgrade their running game because you'd see some creativity there you didn't see this year.
Well, it's interesting you say it because there are some people that say Jalen Hurts couldn't run that offense that Mike McDaniel wants to run, which is kind of more of a Shanahan West Coast style of offense. Do you think that Hurts could succeed in that style of offense?
He'd have to adjust from a run game perspective, sure. I mean, as far as run game play calling, he would fit. And then, whatever do they have to do his own reads and things of that nature. I don't know that how much he's going to do, but that he could fit that part. As far as the pass game goes, I would think Mike McDaniel could adjust to what what Jalen Hurts can do. I mean, Kellen Moore's run different types of offenses and things, and he was able to adjust. In fact, people thought Kellen Moore was too much of a pass game coach, and he found things to do in the running game. The thing is, you're trying to find a way to play call. Like there's certain things you're going to do in the passing game where, hey, we're going to do, we're okay. If they're running a man over here, you're going to do zone over here. You're going to do half field reads. You're going to do full field reads, things of that nature. There's a lot of those things that I think that. That Kellen Moore was able to adapt that to Jalen Hurts' approach. I think that McDaniel could do the same. It would be an adjustment for him, but as a coach to say, if the coach has to adjust or all the players have to adjust, make the coach adjust.
So the other candidates, McDaniel's name has been mentioned. Brian Daboll, Kevin Stefanski, although I think Stefanski gets a head coaching job.
Yeah.
Maybe not. McDaniel's actually said he almost prefers some of these higher profile offensive coordinator jobs over some of the head coaching jobs. But Daboll, Stefanski, Cliff Kingsbury, any of those guys stand out to you?
Daboll has creativity in the ground game. It's not the same type of creativity as Mike McDaniel. It's not the same. But the thing is, like McDaniel gives you a lot of looks. They'll give you a lot of what they call split flow, where you've got the players going one way and then players going another, and the split flow makes the defense screw up the reads. And so he does a lot of things like that. Daboll can do a lot of things like that, but what Daboll's really good at is finding a way to get your offense to be every bit as creative in running, say, gap plays. You're running counters and powers as you are running outside zone or inside zone or mid zone. He's as good at both of those. He can mix those in a way that's really hard to do. A lot of coordinators get into, hey, I like to run this, and I'm going to do my creativity off this, and I'm going to be a little less creative over here. He could do it through the whole gamut of plays. So from that perspective, it could be in some ways a better fit because Daboll would be able to get the most out of your gap and your zone plays.
Well, and I guess Saquon Barkley, I don't know how the offense in New York was not, Daniel Jones, Barkley. He got him to the playoffs there. I guess Barkley could at least vouch, hey, I wouldn't mind running in this offense. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. His personality and Sirianni's personality would be kind of interesting to see those two guys working together. What about Kingsbury? You like his style? More of a college style for Jalen Hurts.
More wide open. The thing is, Kingsbury, is he a run-first coach? He's got so much of the air raid in him. Is he a run-first coach? Can he be that? And you don't have to be we're not talking Ohio State Woody Hayes back in the day. We're not talking that kind of run heavy. We're not talking 80s Nebraska. But can you be I'm going to be a run-first coach? I think Kingsbury's creativity comes more in the passing game than it does the running game. And if I'm the Eagles, I'm looking at that going, it's not that, you don't want creativity in the passing game, but are you changing who you are? Because if you change who you are as an organization, okay, you've built a run-first team and you won a Super Bowl with a run-first team. If you're going to change, that's fine if you're going to change, but you're going to have to change your personality, do some other things with that. So I don't like the Kingsbury thing as much just because I don't know that he could be a run-first coach or he'll be as effective as some of the other candidates.
All right, Casey Joyner, of course, you can check out CaseyJoyner.com, his new Substack, and The Athletic for all the playoff coverage here. One thought every game. Let's dive into the divisional round Saturday, 4:30, right here on 97.3 ESPN. Buffalo, Denver. Buffalo, Josh Allen. We talk about a run game. They got nothing. They got no weapons. They got James Cook, but, man, Josh Allen just pulling this team here. Not a great defensive team. Denver. The one check mark is Buffalo's quarterback versus Nick's. The Denver defense, they're clutch. Tough spot for Buffalo here. What's this game look like?
Interesting thing about the Buffalo ground game because, is Buffalo's ground game good enough? I do the metrics for my review I do my picks articles every week for the New York Times, for The Athletic on the New York Times. And one of the things I look at is how productive you are on the ground game, or the rushing offense. And over the last 4 weeks, Buffalo is second in the league in fantasy points per game on planned rushing plays. Second, wow, their running game is really that good. We're not talking scrambles, it's just planned rushing plays. So I actually think they've got a better ground game than Denver. Denver got the edge in pass rush category. They're a great pass rushing team. They also are the home team and such. But in fact, the funny thing is, Buffalo got the edge in rushing offense. Denver gets the edge in pass rush, and Denver's the home team. Everything else was basically even. This was like the most even game out of all the games I looked at this week. So with that being the case, you got to take the home team for the win.
Yeah, very interesting game there. I tend to agree with you on that one. I feel bad for Buffalo. This is like, we were talking before, which team, if the Eagles are out, would we be rooting for? It's probably Buffalo. Denver, by the way, just 1.5 on the line, so think about that as well. All right, San Francisco, Seattle. Some news out of Seattle a little while ago. Sam Darnold, oblique injury, has been made questionable. That would really change this game. But San Francisco's not boo-hooing over that. They are as banged up as can be, and they got the short end of the stick here. They had to fly to Philly, go back, and then had to play on a short week against a team that had a bye last week. I mean, come on, NFL. You didn't do 49ers any favors in this one.
I think part of the reason that the NFL did that, if San Francisco would have had to travel someplace else, if it wasn't a West Coast game, I think maybe they make that change. I think they could probably justify it to themselves by saying, hey, look, Seattle earned home field. We always give the number one seed the Saturday game because we want to give them the advantage of a short week. At San Francisco, if, like I said, if it was going back to the East Coast or something of that nature, I think it's an entirely different, maybe they would switch them to Sunday. I'll say this game is a lot closer. I don't understand. It was the point spread was 7.5 when I wrote the article, and it was 7.5 in favor of Seattle. San Francisco's offense is much better, and that was before the news about Darnold. Seattle's better on defense, but not that much better as you think. Like they're got an edge, but they don't have a gargantuan edge. Looking at it, and I know the injuries are a big thing in Seattle's a home team. I see Seattle winning this game, but San Francisco can turn it. I think can do they didn't turn a scoreboard shootout last time they played. I think they'll be able to adjust and make it a higher score game than it was. I think they'll keep it close. Seattle wins, but that 7.5 point spread, I can't see that. And if Darnold's out, boy, I would definitely, I could change that pick.
Yeah, he just got made questionable. It is 7 points right now. They just played 2 weeks ago. Seattle beat them by 10, dominated them 13-3. It's not like they scored. If Drew Lock plays, that game could be 3-3. I mean, you take a look at it like that. All right, one thought every game, the divisional round. That is Saturday. On Sunday on 97.3 ESPN, the coverage starts at 2. The game is 3, Houston and New England. Defense of Houston. You got Drake May, who could be the MVP of the league. Henderson had a great year out there as well. New England favored by 3. But is that Houston defense too much for a New England offense, which is good, not great?
Interesting thing there was that when it came to the passing game, Houston's passing game actually graded out, metrically speaking, pretty close to New England. I didn't give either team an edge there. I know Drake May's a great quarterback, and C.J. Stroud's a pretty good quarterback too. Houston's pass blocking, New England has great pass blocking. Houston's pass block has probably been the best in the league the past 4 weeks, and that's amazing to say given how bad they were at the beginning of the year. They were just atrocious. Oh, they're really good now. Their run defense is better. New England gets that advantage in pass coverage. The biggest edge here, though, the one that may decide the game, is special teams. I have this metric called special teams expected points added. Basically says how effective your special teams is. Over the last 4 weeks, 10.3 for the Houston Texans. It's really good. New England, minus 12.7. New England is 28th in step over the last 4 weeks. That's a huge difference. And when you talk on a close game like that, I think it's enough to. I picked Houston to cover in my our picks article for The Athletic. I'm picking New England to win still because they're home, but I would not be surprised to see a special teams gap make the difference in this game.
All right, that could be, and some wonky things have been happening in these playoffs. Rams, Bears, wonky things have these two teams here. The Rams on the road at Chicago, they are favored in the game. It seems that still people do not believe in the Bears team. Is this the week it finally wears out on them? You got the Rams, who have not been playing great football here, but have got themselves here after beating Carolina on the road. They got to go on the road again. Chicago just keeps finding ways to win. Do they run out of the magic potion?
The Rams, I mentioned on Tuesday that the Rams are getting into scoreboard shootouts. Scoreboard shootouts are a low percentage way to go, even for a great offense like the Rams. And Chicago's offense, when I ran the offensive metrics for this game, they're equal. I did not give the Rams any edges in any offensive category because Chicago's that good. The Rams get an edge in pass rush. I got a plus for them there. And of course, Chicago's the home team, so they get that. But come back to special teams on this one as well. The Rams, they're dead last in step over the last 4 weeks. Last in 16.6 points. That's terrible. Losing 4 points a game on special teams. And Chicago is at 8 points even, ranked 7th in the league in that category. That's a huge difference. And I still don't understand, because Chicago can keep up in a scoreboard shootout, why the Rams are a road favorite. That means on a neutral site, you'd think they were 6.5 points better. I don't see that at all in the metrics. So I'm actually picking Chicago to win the game outright, and of course get the cover because you get the points.
Yeah, the Rams are favored by 3.5 in that game, by the way. And you can listen to all the games right here on 97.3 ESPN. You can check out Casey Joyner's Substack, One Thought Every Game, at CaseyJoyner.com. Make sure you guys check that out at CaseyJoyner.com. That will be out on Friday this week, tomorrow,
Yes.
for One Thought Every Game. And all this stuff over at The Athletic as well. Casey Joyner, One Thought Every Game. We're running out of games, but as long as they're games, we'll talk about them with Casey Joyner here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, there he is. Casey Joyner, everybody, on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. That is One Thought Every Game. You know, it's like during the football season, when you get to the playoffs and the games and the weeks start lopping off, there's a certain sadness. We've been doing One Thought Every Game for, I don't know, how many years, Josh? Was One Thought Every Game on when you got here? Probably. I think it's been here since I got here.
Predates me.
So,
and I first showed up as a part-timer with you in 2015.
So Casey Joyner started this new Substack, and he called it One Thought Every Game. And part of the reason he wrote about this, he says, it's funny because he posted it on his Facebook page, and I saw a picture of an Atlantic City lifeguard boat.
Okay.
I'm thinking, what the heck does he have a picture of a lifeguard boat from Atlantic City for? And the Substack says, I've been doing segments on Mike Gill's show on 97.3 ESPN Atlantic City for so long that Mike and I can't really remember when we started doing these segments together. So it predates you being here, 2015. Yes. I honestly believe that it started when I got here in 2005. I think he and I have been doing now. I don't know that the genesis of One Thought Every Game started immediately. I think we kind of morphed it into that as we kind of went through the schedule and had some fun with it.
Yeah, you did a little Power Rangers to it.
It's a fun segment, but it makes me sad when I know we're running out of games to talk about. We're going to get 4 this week, 2 next week, and then, of course, the big one. And you can listen to all those games right here on 97.3 ESPN. Speaking of the games, this Saturday, the game starts at 4. I'm going to be live at Ocean Casino from 3 to 4 for a live special 1-hour power hour at the new Ocean 18 grand opening. This place is unbelievable. You heard about this place, right? It's the new mini golf.
Yes,
and
I have.
Craziness.
I mean, it sounds incredible.
It is. I've seen the place. It's.
You've seen it.
Well, I haven't been inside yet, but I've seen.
You got an outside visual.
I've seen the outside of it. Yes, I've walked by it a couple times.
Ooh.
I'm very much looking forward to this Saturday, 3 to 4, a special 1-hour Saturday sports bash. Stop out. The Ocean's 18 will be open that night. 6:30 is when the place opens for the public. And we're going to be doing a special 1-hour show at Ocean's 18, right there across from Villain and Saint over there at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And that will lead you right into the divisional round. So looking forward to the football, looking forward to the fun, looking forward to Ocean's 18 this Saturday. So Josh will be on from 12 to 3. Then I'll be on from 3 to 4. Peachy's going to be with me as well.
Oh, yeah?
Peachy will be working the show with me out there.
Making an appearance?
Well, got to have the whole team out there. You can't have a half-ass show just because it's a 1-hour Saturday.
I mean, you could, but.
Nah, I don't go that route. All right, coming up next, text board has been, I said we were stuck on the number 666, the devil. So people needed to text in to get us off that number, 666 unread text messages. You know what happened? So many text messages came in, and I haven't had a chance to get to them because everybody tried to get me all 666. So what we'll do is we'll read them off and react to them. Coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. On 524 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill, hanging out with you until the top of the hour. Tonight, good stuff. Casey Joyner, one thought every game. All right, so from now to the end of the show, it's up to you guys. You guys can kind of take the show over. However you want to have this thing go. Ask questions, text them in, 609-403-0973. Somebody asked a Flyers question the other day. Let me answer the Flyers question, okay? Jason, because I said, anybody who want to send your Eagles, Sixers, Phillies questions, and he said, poor Flyers, to which, it's not really in my wheelhouse to answer the Flyers question. I wouldn't say I'm a Flyers first and foremost expert, so I don't generally think that people would want to ask me Flyers questions. So what I did was I took his Flyers question and sent it to Durso. And I let Durso answer the question.
You outsourced it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he said, I got to find the question that he asked. That would be helpful. And because the Flyers got bombed again last night.
Well, part of it is Vladar got hurt and Ersan came in and he got ran over.
Yeah, Ersan's turned into the situation he had last year.
Yeah, whoever's the backup goaltender seems to be like a problem for this team.
So Jason said, I want to know why in God's name it is taking so long for power play to get it together. Simple answer, lack of talent, not able to get possession right off the faceoff. But there has to be more than that, especially since they have more talented players now. So I asked Durso. He said, my simple answer is puck movement and missing opportunities to shoot. The movement is stagnant, too much on the perimeter. Tocchet constantly talks about taking the inside ice. They don't do that. They've skated. They started to take more net front presence, but not enough from further out to generate shots. Tocchet has also talked about seeing windows for shots instead of trying to pass it off and make a perfect play. That's been an issue for a long time before this year's team. I'll be detailing this topic more on my next Flyers Files. So if you're a Flyers fan, check out Kevin Durso's Flyers Files podcast, which I think dropped yesterday. Usually drops on Wednesdays.
So my kind of answer, because I'm more of the hockey guy than you are, is that I like what Durst said about the puck movement, because there's been two issues to me with this team consistently this year, which is there are times that they're good at moving the puck and there are times they're horrible at moving the puck. It's never in between. It's never like that was a solid pass. It's either a great pass or a horrible pass. The other problem with the Flyers is that they have a lot of guys who have talent, but not a lot of guys who have the experience and awareness combined. So it's like you have a lot of young guys who are like crazy talented. And then you have a lot of veteran players who are much less talented. Like, no offense to Garnett Hathaway, but he's nowhere as talented as Trevor Zegras. But Zegras doesn't have the veteran experience that a Hathaway does. Sean Couturier, he is not as physically able to do what he used to do. But he has the veteran awareness to make certain plays still. So to me, I think what Durst said is very important, because people have to understand that this roster is not a balanced roster at all. Like, it might look that way on paper if you look at like the ages and like all that stuff. But in terms of like just pure like hockey IQ, this is a team that's like very up and down.
Yeah, listen, I think they exceeded expectations. They got off to a good start. People were excited. It's a fun team at times. Zegras is giving you a little shot in the arm. Michkov has been a little bit of a disappointment going back to Christmas Eve when we did our State of the Flyers, and Durso talked about came in out of shape, doesn't see a situation where that really changes. You know, he's kind of playing catch-up from behind now.
Right.
And, you know, in the end, that's going to hurt you. I mean, he's supposed to be your best player. And he came in unprepared to be your best player, and this is a team that lacks offense. And by the way, they got Wally hipped the last couple nights, and they've gone from second in the Metro to out of a playoff berth right now.
And this is where, you know, and I'm not trying to throw him under the bus, but I've said this to him directly. This is where the hockey fans like Billy Schweim don't understand roster construction. Because, okay, your veterans are guys like Nick Delorier and Garnett Hathaway. Well, those guys are very limited. They're good for banging and scrapping and defending your stars, but they're not great at complimenting your stars. You need veterans who are going to be almost peers.
52 points for Philadelphia, 2 points out of a wild card spot. So, but they just lost out on an opportunity for 6 points over the last three games.
Huge lost opportunity.
Yeah.
So now you got to make a decision if you're the Flyers, because Danny DeBriere came out and said that they are not going to sacrifice the future for the present. Well,
it's right about that time when he said that I brought it up on this show. How do you feel if you're on that team and they say, you guys are playing really well and I don't care?
See, I don't think it's not that I don't care. I think it's more of a matter of him saying we're not going to trade our future just to win right now.
Right, but you could say it in a way that makes the guys on the current team feel like the effort that they're putting forth is being noticed and could be rewarded. Instead, it was, we're not going to do anything that will hurt the future of our team. Translation, I'm out here banging my ass, and you're not going to do anything to help us?
Again, that's your interpretation. I didn't view it that way at all.
Well, let me tell you something. You and I think a little differently. Sometimes when they say something like that, and if I think like that's the way it comes down to me, you don't think other people are thinking the way I'm thinking? You think I'm out on an island by myself here?
Listen, it's like a lot of things in life.
I'm not saying 100% of the people, but how many guys are on the team? If half of them in there said, really? So you think one way, I think it the other way. If half of the guys on that team looked at it and said, man, we're out here, we're second in the Metro, and you're not going to do anything to help us?
But see, he didn't say I'm not going to do anything to help you. I think that's where you're transliterating instead of translating. You're creating a dynamic where you're creating a value. Like, for example, you're a huge Seinfeld guy, okay? You are like one of the biggest Seinfeld guys I've ever met. And the reality is that Seinfeld was one of the most watched shows of the 1990s. Like, hands down. You could argue if you made a list of the 5 most watched shows, it's probably number 1. But the reality is that someone like me does not know Seinfeld in and out as well as you do. So you hear certain things, and your mind goes to certain scenarios, analogies.
Yeah, but you would be in the minority there. You're using an example where you're in the minority.
Can I finish my point? But there's also a ton of people who watched Friends. You're not a Friends person. I was more of a Friends guy. So for me, just because you watch Seinfeld and I watch Friends doesn't mean that, I'm smart, you're dumb, or you're smart, that I'm dumb.
I didn't say anybody was dumb or smart.
It just means that we're coming from different absorbing
Exactly what I just said. I didn't say anybody was right or wrong or smart or dumb. I said you view it one way, I view it the other. If half the team views it like me and half the team views it like you don't think the half that views it like me says, man, you're not going to help us. And the half that views it like you
But see, you're
looks at it
assuming that half the team views it like that.
and you're assuming they don't. So if I viewed it that way, you're assuming that I viewed it that way, that nobody else viewed it the way I did. They only view it the way you did?
Well, it could not be literally nobody, because that'd be silly.
That's my point. I said, so I viewed it that way. So
But then-
what
but
if
then-
other people on the team also viewed it the way that I did?
Then I would ask the question, why do you view it that way?
Because when he said that, he has maintained over the years that they are not going to do anything, and he hasn't. So why would I think he's been lying to me when he's been not done anything for the 2 years he's been here? They haven't done anything.
So for you, it's less about what he said than more about the precedent.
He has said he's not going to do anything. He wasn't lying. He hasn't done anything. They have not done one thing to improve this team. Zippo,
Well, that's
nothing.
not true. They have not done zero. They added Zegras. They've added other players to make the team
Talk about
better.
in season. And he said, I'm not going to do anything to to ruin the future of this team.
Right. He's not going to sacrifice the future.
Sacrifice the future of the team, which I don't think he's wrong. But the way he said it tells the team, man, what do we need to do to try to improve this team? We got guys hurt.
So you're looking.
We have a
at
backup goalie who can't walk and chew gum.
So you're looking at the situation as the guys are playing worse because they feel like the organization.
I didn't say they're playing worse purposely, but there could be subconsciously like that was a little deflating to hear.
Right, deflation.
That we're not. We could play as good as we possibly can. We're in second place in our division right now, and the general manager basically said, "Don't care about this team. More worried about a team down the road."
Again, I'm not saying that what you're saying is completely wrong. I'm just saying that I didn't view it or hear it that way. It's very possible the guys are deflated. And if that's the case,
I got the bite
then-
right here. All right. Here's the bite from Danny Briere from January the 6th, which was about 10 days ago when this came up, right? All right. This is what Danny Briere said after January 6th. I don't know what their record was. How many games they played since then?
I'll pull it up.
They played the Ducks that day. They played the Leafs on that Thursday on the 8th. Then they played Tampa, Toronto, and Buffalo. I don't think they've won a game since. But has a strong first half of the season changed Danny Briere's plans for the trade deadline? Here's what he said.
Closer to the deadline that you are going to take a swing for it? You feel like you guys are...
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. It's exciting to see what's going on. We're going to try to help the team if we can, but it's something that's going to make sense. It doesn't change the vision. It doesn't change what we're trying to do. It's still about the future. If we do make a move, it's going to be something that's going to help us for the future as well, not just in the moment. There's not, don't bank on any rental and to give up assets. We're not at that stage yet.
All right. So I wouldn't say that. The question, you got a strong first half. Does that change your plans at deadline? No, I wouldn't say that. Doesn't change the vision, doesn't change what we're trying to do. It's still about the future. I mean, did I hear that wrong? I mean, am I misinterpreting what he said? Maybe. You might have interpreted it differently for me. But I'm saying if I'm on that team and they say, hey, you're going to try to help us out at the trade, no, I'm not. We're not going to do that.
So you were asking what their record is since he said that. They are 1-4.
Okay.
One of the losses was in overtime, so we technically got a point out of it. But still, overall, you have only 1 win and 4 losses.
All right.
since he said that.
Now, you heard what he said. Are you interpreting it any differently or not really?
Not really, but again, I might be wrong. I might have not have my finger on the pulse
Hearing
here.
what he said, can you at least see how I'm interpreting it?
I can see how you're interpreting it. It's just that's not how I would interpret it. But again, you are looking at it as, hey, maybe the players are deflated by that, and the on-ice performance would say that you're right.
Yeah, and listen, I don't know, maybe it just coincides. I'm just saying if I'm on the team, and I can't speak for the guys on the team, but if I'm on the team and the GM basically came out and said, hey, you have a chance to improve this team, you're going to take it? No, I wouldn't say that.
Now, I would say that 2 of these losses were against Tampa Lightning, and the Tampa Lightning are a much better team than the Flyers. So maybe it's coincidence. I don't know. But I think if anyone's being honest, the team does need help.
No question.
And
by the way, at that time, 10 days ago, whenever that was, 9 days ago, they were not out of the playoff. They were a playoff team.
They were 21-12 heading into that game.
Right. So you're in the midst of the playoff mix. Now, they still are, by the way. You're at 52 points. So you can make an argument to say, hey, we're at 52. We're hanging around with the teams. If we got somebody to help us out here, and I'm not even saying, how about a backup goalie, for God's sakes? Can you get someone that can walk and chew gum?
That's where the conversation is. And, I've talked with Kevin Durso about this before, about, what is the reasoning why this team constantly has these backup goalie issues?
Well, to be fair, Harrison was the starter, and when he didn't play last year, you were a disaster.
Exactly.
So to suggest that you saw it coming, that this guy was – the fact that you thought he was going to be the starter. You thought Vladar was going to be the backup.
Well, again, that's not my point. My point is that why is it no matter who the backup is?
As I said, that's
it's a problem.
My point is – I don't know how you could just say, well, what are they doing wrong with the backup goaltender? You thought you had a much better situation this year by bringing in a veteran player like Vladar, who has been a solid. The difference I'm talking about is you weren't worried about Harrison. So just because he's not the starter, is he just a guy that needs to play every day? Or not every day. He needs more regular time, and he's not as good in this role? I don't know that, but you certainly viewed him as the starter coming in, and Vladar as just, hey, we just upgraded over Fedotov. This guy ends up playing better, takes the job, and now this guy, Harrison's become the problem. Whereas at least it looked like you had, listen, was he an A number 1 goalie, Harrison? No. But at least you said, okay, he's serviceable.
Right.
And if he was your backup, you would feel pretty good.
Right.
Well, now he is your backup, and he stinks.
Right, and why is that? As you said, is it because
I don't have
of
an answer
playing
to that.
time? Is it because his mental game is not there? Does he need a psychologist? I don't know.
Well, they
But
play the
something's
Penguins
wrong.
tonight, and both of these teams are at 52. Penguins, 52 points. Both teams, 45 games. Flyers have 22 wins. Penguins, 21.
They got a rough stretch coming up here of games, by the way. They got the Penguins tonight. Then they got the Rangers.
Rangers are the worst team in the conference.
The Rangers still have got a lot of talent, though.
Well, you got the team that's the worst team in the conference. You better, if you got a rough stretch and you got the worst team in the conference coming, where's that game? I don't know where it is.
It's at Philadelphia.
Yeah, coming into your building, you better try to figure out a way to win that game.
Then they got a 3-game road trip at Vegas, at
Vegas
Utah.
is very good. Utah, give me 2. Utah is first place in the wild card.
And then at Colorado.
Very good. There's the 3. The Colorado's the top team in the Central. Vegas is the top team in the Pacific, and Utah's the top wild card team.
And then you come home after those 3 games, and you play the Islanders.
And the Islanders, I feel like they could be the worst team, and they still
find a way to beat you.
As for the others team, last night, awful. That game was painful to watch. I bailed. I don't bail often. I bailed.
On the Sixers game?
Uh-huh. Usually I'm not the kind of fan that's like, this game's over, I'm turning it off. Never am I that guy. I'll sit through and I said, you know what? I'm going to Hard Knocks.
Last night felt like a fight where a guy is just like, remember back in the day when George St. Pierre used to just dominate people and just bludgeon them for 5 rounds? You're like, is anybody going to end this fight? Like, are we really going 5 rounds of this one-sided affair?
It was like 8.
I needed like a 20-run rule or something last night.
It was like 8:35. And I said, you know what? Hard Knocks is about 45 minutes long. I'll turn on the Hard Knocks, and then hopefully by the time I come back, the Sixers have made a run, and they got back into this game. Hard Knocks ended. I went to the Sixers. They were down like 125-94. It's like, what the heck happened here? Ugly game. You know, right off the bat, the guards didn't shoot it well. Embiid was turning the ball over. This didn't. It was one. And what did we talk about the other day? That was the first game back after a little road trip.
Right.
Jimmy Lynam says it all the time. That's the worst game.
I would also say that was a game where that was the first time you realized that while the Sixers have been winning games lately, they might not be as good as the best teams in the conference.
Well, and we talked about this on the pod yesterday, MKB and I. You can listen to our podcast. It's called Trust the Mics, a Sixers pod, wherever you listen to your podcasts. It's on YouTube. It's on the X platform. And I said one thing that they really lack. When their guards don't shoot well, when VJ and Maxey both don't play well on the same night, you're not going to win that game, most likely, unless Embiid absolutely turns back into Embiid. But they don't have that guy that cleans the glass, that makes sure that if the other team misses, it's a one-and-done possession.
Right.
That's what I need them to get. And we talked about it on the pod. We tried to do like trade machine, like, is there a guy who they can get? Just a role-playing rebounder. The big guy, and the problem with the Sixers is, and by the way, starting today, you could trade Grimes, but he has a no-trade clause, so he has to accept it. But you couldn't trade him up until today. I think it's the first day he's eligible to be traded.
Right.
They don't have anybody they can trade. They have nobody. Because Embiid makes so much money that nobody else wants him. George makes so much money that probably nobody wants him.
Correct.
Now, here's a question I have. Embiid's starting to play well. What if somebody did call you and said, you know what, I'll take Embiid. He's starting to play well. You're starting to turn the corner. You're starting to play like a regular team. If somebody called you right now and said, I'll take Embiid, what do you do?
What am I getting for him?
Doesn't matter. Are you trying to get out of that contract? Like, that's the reason why people want to get rid of him. They don't care what you get in return. Well, I take that back. When all these people text in, you got to get rid of Embiid, you got to trade him, and our answer is always, nobody wants that contract. Let's just say someone says, you know what, Embiid's playing well enough right now, we'll take him. Now,
you have to consider it.
You're obviously looking for it. You got to match the money. But that's the problem with the Sixers at the deadline coming up. Nobody wants Embiid. Nobody wants George. You're not trading Maxey. The next highest paid guy on your team is Edgecombe. You're not trading him.
No.
And then after that, nobody makes any money. So for them to make a trade, it's very difficult. They don't have anybody that may. So McCain's the only guy that you would say, hey, why don't you trade McCain? He only makes $4 million.
Right. What are you getting for him?
And you don't have that guy that's sitting on your roster with the really, really, other than Embiid and George. But I'm talking about you don't have that veteran guy. You know, some of these teams just hoard a veteran player with a bad contract so that they can trade him to make the money match. They don't have that guy. It's not like Kyle Lowry makes $15 million and you're like, hey, we'll trade you Kyle Lowry to make the money match. Eric Gordon, those guys are only making like $2 million. So you could be like, hey, we'll give you Jared McCain, Eric Gordon, Kyle Lowry. Like, you got to pile like 5 guys onto a trade just to get to like $12 million, and that's not going to get you anybody in return.
No.
Because I said the guy I would take is Sabonis. The problem with Sabonis is he makes like $17 million, and the Sixers don't have anybody to match that.
Right.
That's the problem with the trade for the Sixers, trying to find a way to match contracts for them. They don't have it.
And really, then the only way you can even consider to make it work is a 3-way deal, and that gets very complicated real quick.
Yeah, I don't know how to do well, the trade machine you can do a 3-way deal, but I don't know where that fits for, you still don't have a lot of money and who you would, But Sacramento's a team that would probably start dismantling.
Correct.
All right. I didn't get to any other text messages.
It's your fault.
609-403-0973. Mike, the only way they can afford a guy to clean the glass is to buy some paper towels and Windex. That's not bad.
Solid.
Do you really believe they would let Mike McDaniel use his offense? I don't think so. Same offense for 5 years. James from Delaware. Do I really think they would let Mike M use his offense? I do, actually. I do. I think that they got a eye-opening experience this year that Jeffrey Lurie says, listen, Nick, I love you, man. I love all the stuff you do, but your offense has not evolved. We got to let it go. It's time to let it go. I do think that, James. Mike, are you and Josh on the Bears wagon now that the Eagles are out of the playoffs? Chris in Northfield. I don't know who I'm rooting for. Maybe Buffalo, not the Bears.
Definitely Buffalo for me. That's my go-to. If I had to pick out a team of the NFC, I guess the Rams. I wouldn't mind seeing
Seattle.
You want to see Seattle?
Probably.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Rams. I like to see Stafford
saw
go
the
get
Rams
one.
a couple years ago.
Yeah, but I want to see it again.
Can Hurts read defenses, and why not use more pre-snap motion? Marty and EHT. Sure. I don't know if he can or can't. I don't think they ask these quarterbacks to read defenses anymore.
They don't. And that's what Tom Brady, Nick Foles, and other quarterbacks have said. Kurt Warner has said that they don't ask quarterbacks to read defenses. They tell them where to go with a lot of these plays.
All right, we'll wrap up the show on the other side. Coming up next here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. All right, get ready to get out of here. Don't forget this hour, brought to you by our friends at Jersey Cal. It's a year-long thing at Jersey Cal. Ice cream in Northfield, Absecon, Brigantine. The best ice cream is at Jersey Cal. Want to remind you about our Metro Classic Basketball coming to Stockton University. Get your tickets at metroclassicbasketball.com. See the stars of tomorrow today. Guys like VJ Edgecombe, Carl Anthony Towns, Kate Cunningham, Cooper Flagg, Derek Lively. They all played in this tournament, which is set to come to South Jersey for the first time ever after being up in North Jersey for years. They're bringing it down here. So let's pack the place. If you're a basketball fan, you're going to want to see this tournament January 29th through the 31st. Tickets and full schedules. I know Atlantic City's playing, Middle Township's playing. They're the two local teams that will be involved, but it's a heavy hitters list of teams that are playing in this. 6 teams in the top 10 in the country are here at Metro Classic Basketball.com. No hoops tonight. It's Flyers hockey against the Penguins on 97.3 ESPN, followed by actually some hoops. Knicks and the Warriors tonight. You'll hear that right after the Flyers game on 97.3 ESPN.
To add to our misery, Sidney Crosby will probably score a goal tonight.
Probably, yeah. Normally does. Is
I think
Harrison playing tonight? Because he has to.
I think he has to, yeah. I think he's the only guy left. Although, I don't know. I got to double check. Did they call somebody up or not?
Well, I would imagine Harrison plays again. No news on the Bo Bichette stuff. We will keep our eye on that. Nothing on JT Realmuto either. If you're JT now, you got to wait this out. Hope the Phillies come back to you and say, hey, 1 year, $10 million. Maybe. We'll see. All right, that's it for me. Tomorrow, it's a happy hour Friday. The week's not been so happy hour-ish. Let's have a little fun tomorrow on the show right here on the Sports Bash Live. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you listening. Check out the YouTube show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Good night.